out there, chat? How y'all doing? Hello there, Morgan. Hello, Flack. What's up? Excuse me. Let's see here. Okay, it looks like Twitch says we're excellent. Streamlabs is running optimally. Chat scrolling. Game's running. So I think we're good to go. So, without any further ado, let's go ahead and get this party started, shall we? And we'll do so by actually putting my mic in the right place. There we go. And by saying, greetings and salutations to you. My name is FeatherHoof, and welcome back to another live stream of Final Fantasy XIV and I almost said Unwalker. Dawntrail! God, it's been like, what, a month? Jesus. Yes, we're playing Dawntrail. Where today, the plan is, we've gotten all of the new pre-90 stuff done. So now we got some post-90 stuff to do. We got to catch up on those role quests that unlocked halfway through the MSQ. So we've got 2 roles ready to go. So we're going to start with those. We're going to start with physical DPS and magical DPS. And then if we still have time afterwards, if we finish those before stream ends, we're going to go start leveling Dark Knight. So see if maybe we can start tank as well. But because I don't have a tank ready yet, the closest I have is 96 on Dark Knight. So that's what I'm hoping to hit. I'm doing fine, Morgan. Thank you for asking. I'm gonna screw me over the keyboard. Let's get this straight. We'll be coming the 27th. Oof. That sucks. Okay. So, let's go ahead and get this party started, shall we? Alrighty. We shall. Haha. So let's go out. Let's head out. Okay, before we do that, let's get a little gambling in real quick. Of course you do. Let's... Shibbit, hibbit, hibbit. Oh, Hey! That's what I like to see. Of course, that means I'm. Where is it? Oh, 2,750. There's 725 away from the 4 million mount. Ah! Oh, I'm going to be coming back here. I'm going to be coming back here to do. All I need is 1 gate. I need 1 gate. Just 1. I'm not going to stick around here for 11 minutes. I'm not going to do that shit. Oh, that's. Oh wait, can I just like throw? Can I get my free 10k? Or is it too? Is that too early for that? Damn it! It's tomorrow. Sacrifice. Okay. So let's see. We need to go. Damn it! Stop stealing my clothes! They're my clothes! Ah, damn it. Ha! Take that, aliens! They already stole my clothes. You don't get them. Blech. Let's see what's the closest. I think the closest. Yep. Oh, goodness. Fine, I'll drink. Ow. Ow. All right. Brookevil. Warren, I was wondering when you'd be along. Not a moment too soon, either. I've got an urgent job that needs doing, and there's no one else I'd entrust with it. Of course, you'll be wanting to know more details. It's a long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there? I'll join you shortly. Shooby-dooby-dooby-doo. Where am I grabbing a seat? Oh, over here. His fur is pink. Brookevil is pink. Pink and yellow. Now that we're all settled, allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Brookevil, proprietor of... Taco Bell. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone. People hailing from across Tural, and sometimes further. Come here to whet their appetite and slake their thirsts. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable that a few bad apples might mix into the motley patrons. And therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch was here not long ago. Sitting just over there. Sitting just over there, in fact. And having a conversation was foul. Ooh. Conversation about a bird, apparently. I thank you all for coming here, so far from your respective homes. As this is the first time we have all gathered in one place, perhaps formal introductions are in order. I am. Welcome, welcome! What do you be having? Could we have a moment, please? We are in the middle of something very important. Why does she have a third eye? Did you notice that Hrothgal had a third eye? Like... Now then, where was I? Oh yes, I am Abyahi. If you are sitting here now, it is because I have personally invited you to the Passage of the Unbound, my secretive, villainous order with ambitions to sow discord throughout the world. It's a crystal accessory. There's no crystal on her forehead. There's a slit, as if there's a third eye that's closed. Villains do not often call themselves such. Nor do secret orders have their meetings in places where all eyes can see. What do you know? Your snide remarks will only ruin my carefully constructed atmosphere. If I had time to think of a suitable slogan, you would understand that words are everything. But I digress. I invited you all here for one reason. To throw the world into a mire of chaos. And also, hi, Pimson! And then watch its nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves if not villainous? My only interest is to punish all who've dared to mock and belittle me. So long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you like. The rich, the powerful, the mighty, all shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. Oh God, a group of edgelords. A grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster others to our side, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. I regret to say you are right. At present we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise our fists against our oppressors, we must find the strength to shatter our shackles. And in so doing, we shall become unbound, like the birds soaring up above. We shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, staining the azure skies black. But sometimes skies become treacherous with clouds, and even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we are here? To look for it? If so, then I pledge my aid. With newfound might at my beck and call, I shall win an adoration known only by a hero. I know that armor he's wearing. I think that was Heaven's Word's elemental tombstone armor, if I remember right. Your eagerness is heartening, and you are correct. The tools to make our gold the tools to make our goals a reality lay in Turan. Across this continent can be found certain artifacts which possess untold power. Wait, why are there 6 of you? There's only 5 roles. Mirthful. What does mirth sound like? What does mirth mean? Mirthful. Amusement, especially as expressed in laughter. Okay. Okay, alright. Did you say artifacts? I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devious devilry ahead. My imagination is overflowing with images of the new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. Yes, well, to get to the heart of the matter, the objects are held by the disparate tribes which make up their homes in the Tural continent, where they have been passed down throughout generations as sacred treasures. Whatever stories these people have attached to their so-called treasures matter not. Each contain the essence of fearsome beasts called Tural Vitral, and with them in our possessions, none shall be able to stand against us. We shall take the objects for ourselves, bring them across the sea, and use them to undermine nations far and wide. The means by which you each choose to do so, I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. I take it there are no questions. Then let the passage of the unbound open unto the world. We begin at once. Third eye! Third eye! They didn't order a single thing. Okay. So they're idiots. Got it. As most edgelords are, so. That's the long and short of it. What do you think? Discretion, but they seem formidable. They left without ordering anything? I'm gonna use that just to be a jackass. It's right there in their name. They're unbound by manners of respect and won't be welcome back here at any time soon. You, on the other hand, can stay as long as you like. Of course, we have the duty to report what we heard to the Landsguard. We did, but it didn't make a damn difference. Because soon we learned those unwelcome guests had teeth. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help recovering a stolen relic. Then another came with the same story. Then another, and so on. By the time we realized the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and made all their way. They had one and all made their way across the sea without ill-gotten gains. Each tribe has sent one of their own to recover what was lost, but being in strange lands, they're at a disadvantage. That's why I've been looking for you. Wait, that's why I've been looking for someone who knows each corner of Eosia and beyond. Now I know you've business in Dural, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place. But if you could take some time to hear Raw Majun out, you'd be doing a service to many who could really use a helping hand. Hi! Hi! She's cute. Ooh. Okay. Alright. This is starting out interesting. Greetings! Allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Greetings, Lord Majun. At the risk of becoming a daily nuisance, I must ask, have there been any developments you might share? A nuisance? Why, perish the thought. You've come just in time, in fact. None other but the vaunted Warren has agreed to aid in the search. I did? When did... I don't remember doing that. Finally, a fortunate turn. So long as our sacred treasures are in the wicked hands, our home shall know no peace. To say nothing of the danger they pose to other nations. If these thieves really do intend to stir up chaos across the sea, then you had better depart on the next ship. But before you go, it might be proper to introduce you to those who have come to Turiola in search of aid. Oh, god damn it. Lozenique there comes from a village to the far north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of her tribe's relics. So she requires a stout protector. Someone that can be leaned upon when times are darkest. The heirloom of... Fuck these names! Niepine. The heirloom that Niepine must recover inflicts terrible maladies upon its victims. He seeks someone who commands great healing magics to counteract this effect. They search for You're doing this on purpose, aren't you, Square Enix? Can't we just for once just have someone named Bob? You know, god damn it. They search for Shashepia's tribal treasure has been entrusted to a Tiberius hunter. She requires someone to act as a frontline fighter who can distract our target while her bow takes deadly aim. And lastly, there is Suhe, one who knows little about our people's ancient artifact aside from it must not fall in the wrong hands. She seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond that lies shrouded in mystery. Aren't you forgetting someone, Rahoja? Your crisis is just as pressing, even if you won't say so yourself. Rahoja hails from further south than even Mamuk, and has traveled many days and nights in search of someone who can strike down their prey from afar. It's the only way to escape the effects of his village's treasures. Did I get that right? Indeed, indeed. I do get so forgetful in my old age. Thank you, Ramajun. 5 tribes, 5 treasures stolen. All are waiting for the aid of a brave soul. Hopefully, that can be you, Warren. Well, you're going to have to wait till I get Bard to level 90. I don't quite have that yet. Of course, I shall. I'll share all I know on the matter. You need only ask. And know that I will not hold it against you should you choose to assist only those of whom your talents are best suited. So long as you do what you can, the people of Toral, and maybe even further, will be at your debt. Well, you know what? We never did get our tacos from the beginning of the Dawntrail story. You know, the ones that Bakul Jaja stepped on and made all crumbly and gross. And this is the taco place. You have gained access to the role quests of Dawntrail. A summer quest line and story is now available for tank, melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer roles. Speak with the people of Toral gathered in Taco Bell and assist them with recovering their stolen treasures. I just don't... these names, I swear to God. Alright, let's start with melee DPS, as Dragoon is best melee DPS. Not biased. Shashepia. Alright, bunny girl. Hello there. I take it you have spoken to Brokevu. Willing to lend a hand? I am truly grateful. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Shashepia, and I have traveled far from my village in the forest of Jacques Toral in the search of a brave soul to help us retrieve our stolen treasure. For generations have my people watched over the Dreamweave cocoon, the vessel in which the power of the shadow-tailed Toral withdraws is sealed. Before its ascension, the shadow-tailed warded off Wait. Yeah, that's right, yeah. The shadow-tailed warded off would-be predators by assuming the form of more threatening butterflies, poisonous ones and the like, though it is through its skill at mimicry. So it survived, day after day, summer after summer, until the dawn of its great new existence. It became capable of taking on the form of any creature which crossed its path. Its fearsome power was sealed within the cocoon, and any who possess it command the self-same abilities. Gimme! I want it. Indeed, the wielder, too, may assume the form of any manner of beast or man they've beheld. Yet this mimicry is not limited to merely physical forms. No, the wielder may replicate the talents and abilities of their target, so long as such actions fall within their ken. And so long as their actions follow within their ken, that is. In an instant, they may become a master of the hunt, a twin-blade wielded viper, or a savage Brax with claws and fangs to gut whoever they please. It is the power which has protected my village from the predators of the forest. For though it grants many boons, the forest contains threats in equal measure. By donning the skins of its most formidable beasts, we've kept ourselves safe for generations. Without the cocoon, my village's very survival is at risk. That is why we have sent for our foremost hunter, Itoka, to ensure it is reclaimed. She has never failed to capture her quarry, so I thought she would make short work of this ordeal. Yet there has been no word from her. I fear this may be a hunt she cannot undertake alone. It is for that reason I wish to enlist the aid of one familiar with the lay of the land beyond the Great Sea, and one whose prowess in close quarters would complement her expertise with the bow. One of the villagers ran into the thief before he fled, and said he intended to use the cocoon's power in Kugane, which I understand is a name of a large settlement located far, far to the east. Please, for the sake of my home, set out for this eastern habitation and assist Itoka with retrieving the cocoon. Then to cover my top. Ow! Leave it to me. Your willingness to aid is most reassuring. You have my heartfelt thanks. Upon arriving in the eastern land, search for a Viera woman carrying a bow and dressed in similar attire to myself. If you visit a tavern like this one, I dare say you may find someone who has seen her. Okie dokie. We're looking for someone who can shapeshift into anyone they can see. And even in doing so, gain their abilities and, combat powers. This is gonna go well. $20 says this Itoka has already been defeated and or captured, and the person's using the powers to pretend to be them now. Bet you dimes donuts. Let's see. Oh. Horsey. Whee! Welcome to the Shiokaze Hostelry. How may I serve you? You're searching for someone? As a matter of fact, I do distinctly remember seeing a Viera woman of that description earlier, but I'm afraid I could not tell you where she may be now. Aha! So she has been here. Alas, from Tyrol, was it? Sorry, can't help you. That reminds me, though, I heard Tyrol has its own local variety of spirits called mezcal. Been meaning to taste it myself for an age now, but you've no idea how hard it is to get one's hands on the bottle of it here. No, it was pretty hard for us to get our hands on a bottle of it, too. We had a whole bartering mini-quest we had to go through. A Viera woman wearing a bow? Why, yes, I do recall such a person. It was hard not to notice her, really, given how she was peering at every little thing. If she came from the distant lands to the west, no doubt miqo'te is quite the unusual sight to her. With any luck, she'll still be where I saw her, in the vicinity of the Sekisegumi barracks. You look nothing like Waka. For one, Waka was a dude. And in Final Fantasy X. Itoka-esque woman? What the fuck? The city is simply too large for me to cover alone. Perhaps it's time I returned home. Hello! Itoka? Yes, I am she. And you are? I see. Shashepia always was a worrywart. Won't deny I appreciate the help, though. Ascertaining the whereabouts of the cocoon has been no easy task. I managed to secure room and board in this lodging after arriving at Kugane, and have been using it as a base to track down the thief ever since. I'll tell you all I know. According to any eyewitnesses from my village, the thief is a middle-aged Huron male. That's all we have to go on regarding his appearance. Yet so long as he possesses the cocoon, he could be anyone and anything. An elderly woman traipsing along the streets, a child throwing a ball, perhaps even a dog chasing after it. Truth be told, I was nigh at wit's end trying to find him. That is, until I discovered that the series of unusual squabbles have been occurring around the city. After investigating these incidents, I found one commonality. The instigator in each case invariably had no recollection of the incident, let alone of inciting it. What's more, eerie accounts have begun to circulate amongst the residents. Some folk claim they've somehow been seen in 2 places at once. Based on all this, I believe the thief's been using the Dreamweave cocoon to transform into innocence and spread discord throughout the city. Stands to reason we could find him by following the trail of chaos left in his wake, no? And yet, even should we apprehend him in whatever form he's hidden himself within, there's nothing to stop him from feigning ignorance. Besides the secret remedy, of course, the recipe for an elixir which can forcibly remove the cocoon's enchantment has been passed down in my village for emergencies like this. I made sure to prepare a few vials before making the voyage here. I need to simply throw the solution at the suspect, and the cocoon's weave of mimicry will unfurl on the spot. That covers everything. Now, what say we see if there's any trouble afoot? The thief will undoubtedly not be far from it. Let me know when you're ready. We'll catch him together. Okie dokie. Could you be this person? Are you? Do you have the cocoon? Is it you? Huh? It could be you, couldn't it? We'll see. Ready to set off, then? Perfect. I say we begin our search with the markets. I recall a great number of people gathering in the Rakuza district, I believe it was called. Okay, then come with me, bunny girl. You use your bunny powers, I will use my cat powers, and we shall figure it out together. Think that all this was brought by mortal hands. Remarkable! My people have ever lived in harmony with nature, but that doesn't mean we condemn the ways of those who choose otherwise. In fact, in the brief time I have I've been exposed to settlements like this, I've come to see such places as have their merits too. No! I shall do no such thing. Look, you thieving whoreson! I told you this isn't enough! But sir, that cannot be right. I am sure I gave you your full change in... I gave you your change in full. Enough! Hand over my money or I'll take it by force. Let's keep watching. But isn't it obvious? No one gets so worked up over a handful of coins unless they're looking for trouble. Not necessarily. Reveal yourself, villain! Look, I was the cashier, okay? If you miss even a penny in their change, the change that a person's owed, they will act like that. I'm telling you. What in the blazes do you think you're doing? Oh. Oh! Sorry. Very, very sorry. Oh dear. A thousand apologies, sir. I gravely miscalculated your change. I will return what you are owed immediately. I beg your forgiveness. I mean, I'm serious, man. It's like the likelihood if you make any mistake while working in a customer service retail job, the customer, from my experience, more often than not, will flip their lid for like, it's like, why are you flipping your lid over? I'm sorry, but this is like the littlest thing. And they'll be like, well, that just shows how stupid you are. It's like, trust me, I've seen people. That's not an uncommon occurrence. People, well, suck. I apologize for the disturbance. How dreadfully embarrassing. Well, the hunter doesn't quit after the single arrow misses its mark. Best not to dwell on what's done. I'd instead focus on our next course of action. Let's see how things fare in Kokanidori. I used to get stuff thrown at her when she worked in returns. Yeah, I completely believe that. I've worked cashier. I've worked customer service. I've had insults. I've had objects, hurled at me. It's people. The way people treat people in retail is disgusting. I cannot believe how impossibly vast it is. My jaw dropped when I first saw it. I could hardly fathom where the horizon ended and the sea began. Before arriving to Lihiolol, I imagined the sea to be merely a larger, saltier body of water than a lake back home. There, we would race from shore to shore. To attempt the same here, I fear. To attempt the same here, I fear, would have fatal results. Maybe, yeah. Little bit. So how would you track down a shapeshifter causing trouble in a populated area? I say we just, call down the dropship from the Sulaco and nuke the site from orbit. Only way to be sure. I'll cut you down where you stand, you lecherous lummox! Shut up, foe. No one asked your opinion. What's going on here? This big bloke yonder allegedly laid his hands on the grizzled fellow's woman. Afraid this may come to blows. Calm yourself, man. I have not done what she claims. You dare add insult to the injury by calling her a liar! Ignore him! I told you, that pig defiled me! Cut him down this instant! There is no truth to her words! Wherefore does she spout such rubbish? Kami, give me strength! Cut the bloody brute down already! Yes. Not less than your head shall serve as penance for your crimes. Very well. Let my blade prove my innocence. I saw the smirk. Evil. It's her, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Whoops! Ninja. Was that really necessary? No matter, I was growing weary of this pretty farce. petty. It's time I moved on to bigger and better things. Well, glad to know that the stuff used to undo the mimicry doesn't last very long. Oh God. It took a minute for Namazu to process. Yes, yes. Although that dude did take a huge gamble. You know, it's like, I've been spotted by someone with a bow who clearly is a hunter. How about I turn into a bird to fly away? It's like, that's kind of a risk. If it was me, I was trying to run away and I need to die, I'd probably do something like Shmoy. That I could, like, run through people's feet and through, like, boxes and stuff like that so that people could, you know, it'd be much, much harder to hit. Like a mouse or an alley cat, something like that. That's what I would do. How odd. My bow is more out of tune than I realized. I mean, it paid off in the end, but I'm just saying that was one hell of a risk. Sweetheart. Is it really you? Oh, thank the Kami, you're safe. I found her lying unconscious in a nearby alleyway. She could only vaguely recall being attacked from behind before losing consciousness. So the villain knocked her out before assuming her visage in a ploy to deceive her husband. I fell for the deception like a complete and utter fool. I do not even know how to begin to make amends. There are no amends to be made. You simply acted as any husband would. Due to your involvement, this matter has resolved without bloodshed. The Sekisegumi thank you. It is regrettable, however, that the villain managed to escape. A criminal who can change their shape at will is exceedingly dangerous. Know that the Sekisegumi will alert the populace of this menace, and remain vigilant for any suspicious activity in the city. Yes, bow. Yes, yes. Let's return to my lodgings. I'd like to go over where we stand with our elusive quarry. I want to know what happened. Weren't they talking this chick up? You know, it's like, oh, she's a great hunter. She always gets her quarry. I don't know. Didn't seem that she's too good a shot to me. As predicted, the thief has been using the cocoon's power of mimicry to incite conflict around the city. What he hopes to accomplish by doing so, however, is still unclear. And, so long as he has this power, our sole means of tracking him remains the havoc left in his wake. A trying trail for any hunter, but I'm heartened to have a warrior like you beside me as I trade it. We'll catch him together, and when we do, we'll mete out the justice he deserves, Warren. Are you saying we get to dispense justice? Let's go! I like dispensing justice. Well, that's an ominous name for another quest. Good to see you, Warren. For better or worse, I haven't heard about any unusual incidents in Kugane since our last altercation with the thief. There may be a reason for that. Do you remember when he claimed he was moving on to bigger and better things? If we are to catch him, we may have to expand the scope of our search beyond Kugane. Yet he traveled all the way from Tyrell to the eastern land for a reason. I can't imagine he'd go too far. Do you know of any other settlements nearby? Well, the Ruby Sea is dotted with settlements. People live out in those waters. But they're so vast. Where would we even begin? Well, there's pirates, and there's turtle people. Oh, I hope they bring the turtle people in. I haven't gotten to do my stupid Ninja Turtle voice in so long. Ah, so the Bakufu has an outpost at the Ruby Price. That sounds like the perfect place to start. Let's make our way there and avail ourselves of the soldiers in Den. If anything out of the ordinary has occurred, no doubt they'll be aware of it. Shall we? We shall. Okay, we're gonna do that. Okay. You know, I hope that Namazu who almost got shot in the head, I hope it was that Namazu. The one from the beginning of the Stormblood storyline. I hope he's still getting his comeuppance. Ikaruga? I loved that game! Hard as shit, but I loved it. Well, this is unexpected. What brings you to the Ruby Price? Disputes? Strange you should ask. Not even a moon ago, the waters of the Ruby Sea were poised to turn a sanguinary shade. Please, tell us everything. The Confederate skiff approached the Ruby Price without authorization, and its occupant began hurling insults after insult in an obvious attempt to provoke us. We did not succumb to their provocations, however. After warning the vessel we'd fire if they drew an ilm closer, they withdrew without a word. However, should they attempt to provoke us again, we will not display the same level of restraint, and the roar of our cannon shall signal their comrades to rally in full force. The waters will flow red. Of that there could be no doubt. Tensions run high. Not like this has ever occurred. I see. And thank you for the information. Might we speak privately? Yes, let's not tell him what's going on so he could be prepared. What? What? Based on the testimony just now, I gather there's an agreement in these waters that the Confederates are not to draw near the Ruby Price, guarded as it is by Bakufu sentries. If that's the case, then as the soldier stated, I can only conclude that the vessel earlier was attempting to incite a dispute between the two factions. Why is the sky turning purple? Oh, thunderstorm, cool. Which fits the modus operandi of a quarry, wouldn't you say? Perhaps it was he who sailed here under the banner of the Confederates. Whatever the case may be, we have nothing but conjecture. We'll need solid evidence before we can alert the soldiers here to this threat. I doubt they'll heed our warnings otherwise. First, we need to verify if any members of the Confederacy actually approached the Ruby Price. Do you know where their base of operations can be found? I do, yes. Sakazuki. Looks like it would be fastest for us to swim there. Swim. I have flying mounts. Swim. Oh. Well, I guess we swam. What? Absolutely not! Not one of my Confederate brothers and sisters would approach the Ruby Price without authorization. Those cowardly Bakufu dogs must have concocted this baseless rumor to get a rise out of us. The soldiers of the Ruby Price said that, did they? Pardon my language, but that's a load of shite. We have no interest in Hingen waters. If anything, I've seen their skiffs encroaching on our territory of late. If you ask me, they're the ones thirsty for blood. Hello. There you are, Warren. Listen to what this person has to say. The situation is more grave than we thought. I'm thankful you came, and not a moment too soon. Captain Rasho ain't been acting himself, you see. Normally where he goes, Tansui goes. But not today. He showed up just earlier by his lonesome, and ordered us to gather as many heads as able to join him on the Isle of Beko to attend to some pressing business. Normally I'd oblige the captain without a moment's hesitation, but I had a feeling something weren't right, so I asked him what manner of business. We're gonna set the Ruby Price ablaze, he says. The bloody Ruby Price! Tried speaking some sense into him, but he weren't a mind to listen. Walked off saying he has no need of craven bastards like me. Look, I don't know what's gotten into the captain, but it can't be anything good. Please, go to the Isle of Beko and stop him and me comrades before it's too late. This Rasho acting strangely can't be a coincidence. We need to get to that island and quickly. Do you know the way? I do, yes. Got it. We've not a moment to waste. And there she goes. Doggo! Hello, heaven on high. How you been? Yep, still up there. I hear voices. Seems they've gathered up ahead. Those scum think they can encroach on our territory and get away with it? I'll be damned if we let them. Tonight we lay siege to the Ruby Price and seize it for ourselves. But are you sure? If we do this, we won't just be starting a battle. We'll be starting a war. You've been acting strange, Captain. What's gotten into you? Silence! I didn't ask for your bloody opinion. Those lying dogs claimed it was us breaching the agreement. I say we give the bastards what they deserve. You are not welcome here! Be gone if you value your lives! You're a terrible actor, Bo. Oh no! You sought through my disguise once again. Don't tell me you count even a pirate captain among your acquaintances. Oh, I do. Oh, I most certainly do. What are you trying to accomplish? Why incite such conflicts wherever you go? Why? Sorry to disappoint you, but contrary to the passage of the Unbound's prattling about freeing the world from the tyranny of government, I have no grand designs. I wish merely for everyone to show their true faces. Folk love to put on airs and sophistication and virtue, but push them towards the edge, and their masks slip off to reveal the monsters underneath. They'll go for their neighbor's jugular to save their own skin. You've seen it for yourselves. It's quite the spectacle. Aim. Aim. Oh, that's gonna be the running joke this time around, isn't it? This poor Namazu is gonna keep trying to find peace, and the Australian arrows are gonna keep finding him. Damn it! The winds are too strong. A man of 1,000 faces is a true menace indeed. We'll return to Onokura forthwith to alert the captain. Rest assured the Confederacy will be keeping a close watch over the Ruby Sea. I didn't know for a moment he was an imposter, and the lies he spouted about the Bakufu soldiers were enough to make my blood boil. To think what would have happened had you not been here to stop us. Kami, bless you. All he wants is to expose people's so-called true faces? That he would use the cocoon for such a petty cause. Unthinkable. Blah! Jesus! Hi, Tyro. Let's return to Kogani for the time being. I'm home from the pre-reg con today. Yeah, this is the melee DPS world quest. Well, it's not like I was reading, you know, the dialogue or anything. You know, that I would have eventually turned over to look to see what the chat was doing at some point. If you need attention that bad, you know, okay, I'll read it. Damn it all. I can't believe a bastard like that. Ah, forgive me. I find myself more disgusted with that villain with each time we see him. And to think all of this is driven by small-minded spite. From what I could gauge, he didn't fly toward Kogani during his escape. I believe he seeks a new settlement to terrorize. Now that the Confederacy and I are acquainted, I'll see if they can't help me sniff out the roost. His roost. No doubt where there's smoke, he'll be there stoking the fire. And I suppose I'll use this period to tend to my bow. Next time, my arrow will fly true. You shouldn't pay attention. What? No? And also no. Wonderful, you're here. Ever since the incident in the Ruby Sea, I've kept a line of communication with the Confederacy, and they've just reported someone you'll be interested to hear. Apparently, a man impersonating the distinguished Lord of Doma was recently exposed. One of the Lord's retainers saw that through the Pretender's facade while he was attempting to stir up trouble in the Domin Enclave. The impostor then reportedly transformed into a hawk and fled. Clearly, our quarry now rests in Doma. I'd like to resume our hunt immediately, but I'm not sure where he may go after his failure in the Enclave. Do any locations come to mind? A town in Yangxia named Namai, you say? That sounds promising. The extent of your knowledge is truly remarkable, Warren. Then, without further ado, let's make our way there and see if the residents have noticed any unusual activity. I bet it was Yugiri who's... you can't pretend to be, you know... what was... I can't remember his name now. But you can't pretend to be, the young prince without, Yugiri noticing. She'd be able to sniff out any, Hien, thank you. She'd be able to sniff out any strangeness in an instant. She'd be like, you're not him. Trouble? None that I can think of. For a blessing, all has been peaceful. Are we gonna get to see the doggos again? It's been so long since we saw the doggos. The doggo people. I cannot believe it. We are finally free. Oh, you weren't who I need to talk to anyway. Oh wait, there's someone right here. Where am I? Exactly 53 hertz and you're just 450. Have there been any quarrels of late? Well, yes, actually. Just the other day, the two of us were at each other's throats over a persimmon. She was only supposed to eat half, but she went and gobbled the whole thing! In the end, she purchased this one by way of an apology, so I let bygones be bygones. What's that? This isn't the sort of quarrel you're speaking of? Doggo. Oh, it's a lady. Okay. By the Kami's grace, our quaint village has been not seen strife since the Imperials were ousted. There has been news, however, of a man impersonating Lord Hien at the Enclave. As I am told, when Lord Hien voiced intentions of invading Naxia, all the presents grew wary of the individual. None more so the lady you told you it'd be Yugiri, who saw through the farce immediately. After he was exposed, the villain fled the scene with haste. Unfortunately, efforts to find him have not borne fruit. You know, at this point, seeing as he always transforms into a hawk, might as well just start killing every hawk we see. Shoot them all down. Sorry, Aquila. Best to lay low until this all blows over. Maybe. None of the residents I spoke with reported anything out of the ordinary. How did you fare? Then it seems the villain is not here. Where might he have gone? He went to Chuck E. Cheese. Huh? What are you doing here? Hello! A friend of yours? Don't hang your head like we're strangers. We met just moments ago. Remember? You asked me how to reach the House of the Fierce? Uh-oh. He's impersonating me now. Good grief, lad. You're lost, aren't you? I can understand your embarrassment, but I'll tell you the way again. Listen carefully now. Follow the descending paths leading north out of the village until you see a small pond. Then simply dive in and swim. The House of the Fierce will be on the other side. Could he have impersonated you this time? This doesn't bode well. We must hurry. The mission we're at is a ancient country. Yes. Much obliged, sir. I have some very stern words and stabby death for myself. Just how far must we swim to reach this palace? To reach this place? I dare say my days spent in the lakes back home are about to come in handy. So you can say that Othards shoot lots of hawks. My friends! It's come to my attention that the Khan of the Azim Steppes' mighty Orinir tribes conspires in the shadows to invade Doma. We must not give them the chance. Invasion would mean all-out war. There was only one solution. Under the cover of darkness, you must assassinate the Khan. Only with his death can this crisis be averted. They grow wary. Perhaps I should observe my targets more carefully. With all due respect, these allegations must be brought before Lord Hien. It is imperative we receive his instructions before acting. That would be playing right into the Orinir's hands. After all, an impostor disguised as Lord Hien was but recently exposed. An Orinir spy. There could be no question. Yet the spy has fled, their whereabouts unknown. They could be anyone and anywhere, weaving new schemes even as we speak. Decisive action must be taken. That is why I came to you. So the impersonation of Lord Hien was but a part of the Orinir's grand scheme. Why would those who fought alongside us for Doma's liberation conspire to invade? Forgive me, but you do not seem yourself, Warren. Something isn't right. Because I am desperate! A shadow looms over Doma, and only with your help can I cast away its dark pall. Please, lend me your strength! Our honored friend Warren risked life and limb to see Doma free, yet you address him with suspicion and doubt? If he says we must act first to prevent greater bloodshed, then we must act! It is true that he has never led us astray. Brothers and sisters, let us join hands with Warren once more to drive back the shadow rising over Doma! What is the meaning of this? It's that infernal Orinir spy! Quickly, kill him before he can escape! You said nothing like me! You Sharadad's here! It's you! Such persistent vermin. Please tell me you fixed your bow this time. You're not getting away this time! Are you truly the foremost hunter of your village? Pathetic! You're nothing like the other girl. What was her name? Ah, yes, Itoka. She was fearsome, that one. Right up until the moment I drove my blade into her back. Eh? What is this? Don't tell me you've been masquerading around as Itoka herself. After all, that would make you no better than me. Hiding behind the name of another won't erase the blame you bear for everything that happened. I'm sorry. I swear I'll explain everything to you later. For now, we should apprise these men and women of the situation. I'm waiting for that Namazu to finally get it in the head, though. I just drank! Okay, fine, I'll drink again. Ah. To think he can transform into anyone. A truly fearsome ability. I shall alert Lord Hien to this threat immediately. Rest assured that all of Doma will be on alert. I was completely fooled. I have no words to express my shame. Ow! While speaking with you again, I realized that though the imposter assumed your guise, he had neither your spirit nor your grace. Oh, well. Flattery will get you everywhere. Forgive me, I will not fall for such a farce again. You all owe me cheesecake for almost falling for it. Well, actually, no, you did fall for it. I got here in time to stop you from being idiots. So you all owe me cheesecake. And every one of you has to give me a different flavor of cheesecake, and one of them needs to be mint chocolate chip cheesecake. Might I have a word? The man impersonating you earlier, I'd recognize his face anywhere. Without a doubt, he is Samadare, a childhood friend. You know him? Please, you must tell us everything. I have known Samadare nearly my entire life. We learned the shinobi arts together, you see. Roughly 25 years ago, we engaged in our first battle as proud ninja, defending Doma against the Empire's invasion. With every fiber in our body, we met their mighty Magitech with nimble ninjutsu. As if moved by our resolve, the mighty Auspice and Guardian of Doma, Tamamo Gozen, appeared on the field of battle to aid our cause. Yet our efforts were for naught. The Empire's might fell upon Doma like a hammer, and we were crushed beneath their overwhelming force. The occupation began soon thereafter, and so too did my work from the shadows. While I devoted myself to resisting the Empire in secret, Samadare was conscripted to their army, and forced to become an Imperial spy. I understand he served them well, fanning the flames of war in faraway lands through rumor and manipulation. Indeed, as far back as I can recall, Samadare has ever excelled in the skill of subterfuge. Really? He seems pretty bad at it to me. It was only after the prisoner exchange that he returned to Doma at long last. But he was a changed man. He could find no joy or solace in the peace he once fought to secure for our nation. Instead, he sought to disrupt it. Ow! War has taught me the truth of this world. Civility is but a facade to hype man's savagery, and I'll prove it here in dear Doma. Ugh, the fool I am. I thought he was jesting. Only later, when I discovered the web of lies he'd spun to turn folk against one another, did I realize he meant every word. I tried to confront him, but he fled Doma before I had the chance. Nevertheless, I searched his home afterwards and discovered a missive from an organization called the Passage of the Unbound. I have it here with me. I have it with me here. Dear illustrious Samadare, we extend our deepest gratitude for your interest in joining the Passage of the Unbound. With each passing day, our secret order draws closer to its goals, and we shall require exceptional talent for what lies ahead. Bearing these needs in mind, we have decided to welcome you into the fold. To celebrate the start of an auspicious future together, we invite you to meet your colleagues in Tulihyolol, and have enclosed your ticket within. He had a golden ticket. Exceptional talent? Exceptional egos, more like. This Passage of the Unbound kept a watchful eye on nations far and wide to recruit cutthroats like Samidare, who only follow their own desires. Ow! Upon his arrival in Tural, Samidare's ambitions guided him to my home, where he stole the Dreamweave cocoon and set out to use it for his own twisted ends. I'm afraid that appears to be the way of it. In all likelihood, it is the Passage of the Unbound which alerted him to the Dreamweave cocoon's existence. Today, Samidare attempted to incite war between Doma and the Azim Steppe by wearing the face of our dearest ally, you. Oh, well again, flattery will get you everywhere. Your timely appearance prevented the worst from happening, but so long as he can alter his form and face at will, who can say what tomorrow may bring? His years as a secret operative have made him a master at reading people. Really? Because he couldn't impersonate me worth a damn. Should he decide to study his target before taking that form, I fear his schemes may not be discovered until it's already too late. Please, be careful, and may the Kami bless and keep you. Attempting to find Samidari now would be a fruitless endeavor. He could be any bird in the sky, or any beast roaming the wild. Let us return to Kugane. I'll reveal everything to you there. I promise. Okay. Alright. We'll go with that. Man, it's been so long since I've been to these areas. Holy crap. He's in the trees, man. He's in the walls. He's in the goddamn walls! He is the walls! Quick, stab every wall. Immediately! He might be one of them. And the trees! Stab every tree. I'm grateful for your help today. Once again, I let our prey slip away. The only silver lining is that we know who he is now. But more importantly, I apologize for deceiving you. As Samidari said, I'm not the greatest hunter of my home. I'm not Itoka. I'm Queeky. Queeky? I'm gonna say Queeky. I hail from the same village as Itoka, and I too am a hunter, but only in name. You've seen my aim for yourself. Yet most shameful of all is that it's my fault the Dreamweaver cocoon was stolen. Normally, it is enshrined in the deepest recesses of our home. Only Itoka had leave to wield it. The forest provides shelter and sustenance to many, and not all we share its bounty with our friendly. When great beasts threaten our home, the cocoon's power may be used to protect our lives. Yet I used it for my own foolish desires. I couldn't take it anymore. I was a hunter, yet could barely catch prey long enough to feed myself. I was forced to wash clothes, prepare meals, and tune bows. Just once I wanted to be acknowledged. I wanted to feel pride. So I used the cocoon's power to transform myself into Itoka. With her dexterity and finesse, I finally caught prey befitting a true hunter. And as I carried my prize home, he appeared. I found him collapsed in the middle of a beaten path. I had never had reason to mistrust someone before, so I approached to nurse his wounds. At the moment I drew close, he knocked the cocoon from my grasp and struck me unconscious. He was long gone by the time I awoke. I confessed my sins to the village elder, and in her boundless grace she forgave me. But I could not forgive myself. I left home that very evening, secret to pursue the thief, all the way to Kagane. After several days of fruitless scouring the city, who should I see but Itoka? As our most exceptional hunter, it came as no surprise the elder had charged her with the recovery of the cocoon. Recovering the cocoon. Wow. She was astonished to see me, of course. I had told no one of my actions. I feared she would send me home, but when I expressed to her my shame, my anger, she consoled me and told me we would find the cocoon together. And I was certain we would, until the day that duplicitous bastard killed her. You appeared soon after her passing. I thought with someone as strong as you at my side, maybe, just maybe, I could avenge her. So I lied. Like Samidari said, I'm no better than he is. I'm an imposter. But my desire to reclaim the cocoon is every bit as strong as Itoka's was. I am so sorry for lying to you, Warren. I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me and continue to aid me in reclaiming the Dreamweaver cocoon. Hey, my suspicions, but I have faith in you, and it's been rewarded. How could I say that? I'm gonna go with it. I'm just gonna go with this one. I really hope we can explore Hingashi. Hingashi. Where was it? Where was Hingashi? What was Hingashi again? Thank you. I know with you at my side, I can keep my promise to Itoka. For now, I'll remain vigilant for any news regarding conflict in the region. Please do pay me a visit when you find a moment to spare. I'm counting on you. Is the land where Kugane is? Then haven't we already explored it? I mean... Wait. Huh. I see what you mean. Curiouser and curiouser. Warren, I'm so relieved to see you. I thought you might resent me for lying to you. That you might refuse to lend me your help again. I'd certainly be hard-pressed to reclaim the cocoon alone in this foreign land. I truly meant what I said before. I'm counting on you. Oh, yeah. That's right. That's where I got my favorite umbrella. Though I'm ashamed to admit it, when I first arrived here, I was nearly swindled out of an heirloom by a talking catfish. He's still at it. So I got my curiosity to lie. Ah. That damn Namazu. Yes, yes, that Namazu. He needs to die. He does. I'd been scouring the city for a shop to pawn my choker so I could secure a room and board, you see, when the catfish approached me, claiming I'd buy the necklace for a fair price. Offered me a handful of coins that glittered like gold. I was about to accept the offer when Itoka appeared. In mere moments, she discerned that the catfish's currency was counterfeit and ended the transaction then and there. She dragged me to the markets afterwards and pawned her own necklace to secure lodgings for the both of us. From the moment she arrived, Itoka took care of everything. What am I going to say? What I'm trying to say is, I can't do anything on my own. I'm reckless and impulsive, and I'm just really glad to have you by my side. Hello.
It's been some time, my friends. Pray, forgive my sudden visit, but I come bearing urgent tidings.
Ah, we spoke with you at the House of the Fierce. What brings you all this way?
I was able to make contact with Samadare. I told him I was willing to make amends and join my oldest friend in exposing the lies in people's hearts. He responded most eagerly and bade me meet him in secret. This is Samadare.
Wait, really? Did he say where?
Aye, Hell's Lid. I had a man to lay an ambush for him, but not knowing the extent of the powers he wields, I thought it best to seek help. And so I come here to beg your aid, Warren. Your strength and valor are unequaled, and we cannot apprehend Samadare without you.
Well, I mean, you know, flattery and all, but I call sus.
I'm calling for a vote! Calling for a vote! I think one of us standing here is an imposter right now.
I think there's an imposter. We may never get another chance to catch him unawares like this. There's no time to lose.
But wait! Forgive me for speaking plain, Huntress, but I fear we would only be a hindrance to Warren when the fighting begins. Let us go to Hell's Lid by skiff and meet him after the villain is subdued.
And he's trying to split the party. So much sus. Oh, I can take point. Wait, sorry, I read that wrong. Oh, I take your point. You're right. Without us, there to distract him. One can focus wholeheartedly on the battle.
Right there, Flack. The one that doesn't have partial animal parts attached to him. Right there.
Sorry, would you mind going it alone? We'll be there as soon as we can. You know that the dude can take any shape. So you... Yes! Okay. You know that the villain can take on any shape. You know that the villain has the power to mimic anybody. And you didn't set up safe, like safe words with people so that you could tell each other apart. You didn't set up any means of distinguishing yourself in case the villain tried to take on y'all's forms to try and trick each other. How dumb are you people? Ugh, excuse me. All this dumbetry is giving me gas. Dumb! And a safe word should be a different word for each person. So that if it's guessed from one person, he can't use it to, while impersonating another. And if he tries to, you know immediately that it's him. Dumb! Dumb! Man, I hope Quickie isn't shown completely bound and gagged as if they were captured by someone who they thought was a friend. You see no sign of Samadare. Perhaps his lair is further ahead. Jesus, random button. Are you just cycling through the same three mounts? Jesus. Got like 130 mounts. You can try and spread it out a little bit. Still see no signs of Samadare, but feel an unsettling presence. Hello. What you guys been up to? There we go. Samadare is nowhere to be found. There is naught to do but to wait your companion's arrival. When did we get so dumb? Hey, you all right? Hi, Samadare. How you doing? I came as soon as... oh, is the battle over already? Where is Samadare? Yeah, we're sort of group of Red Kojin. What? So this was a trap? Wait, over there! Man, we're idiots. Thank goodness! I made it!
Huh. After all the time I spent in that old cogent shell, convincing his underlings to attack you, my blade was mere ilms from the skin of your back. Alas, a meticulous plan gone to waste. It seems I underestimated your strength and the failed huntress's tenacity. I dare say I'm outmatched, and no common beast I might mimic can stand against you. I must contemplate your deaths and with more care, more rigor. Look forward to our next meeting.
You know, I kind of hope that, you know, Quickie misses again. Please miss again. Oh, no, fire and miss again, please. I want to see if you actually hit that Namazu. I want that Namazu to live their entire life fearful that one day an arrow's going to drop from the sky and murder them. Forgive me. Needed to catch my breath. Samidare's friend was the villain himself. What? No. As soon as the skiff made it to the open sea, he threw me overboard. I damn near had to swim like a fish to make it here in time. He's made me into a fool. Again. He waylaid me before using a similar ruse. By the time I figured out what that was about, Itoka was already... I always wondered how a craven like Samidare was able to kill her. The greatest hunter. And now I know. When Itoka felt the blade in her back and turned to see the face of her killer, she saw me. I'm glad I was able to prevent history from repeating itself. I don't want to lose you too. And we should return to Kokane. Samidare may have planned more than one trap for us here. There we go. There you are. I wonder what the powers of the other role quests are going to be. Can't wait to find out. Although so far this is my favorite, and it has nothing to do with my obsession with you know, transformation. None at all. Shut up. I feared the worst as I rushed to reach you. The moment Samidare was in sight, I charged without thinking, which, in retrospect, was probably for the best. Had I tried to shoot him from afar with my bow, I might have missed, or worse yet, hit you instead. Although, what I wish you would have done, because do I see a knife on your belt anywhere? I thought I saw a knife on your belt. As a hunter, you should at least have a hunting knife. I wish you would have, like, rushed in with your hunting knife out at least. Tackled his ass with a knife out. In any case, I'm just relieved you're safe. I promise to be more wary from now on, particularly of familiar faces. It hardly needs saying, but remember to keep your guard up as well. For now, I'll resume my efforts to gather information about Samidare's whereabouts. You'll be the first to know once I have a lead. Bom, 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 bom. Ooh. Fruit and aloe jelly? Yeah. Aloe jelly? Like the stuff that's in sunburn cream? Good to see you, Warren. Or should I say, Samidare? It's only one way to be sure. I need you to tell me something only you and I would know. When I used the cocoon to take on Itoka's form, what creature did I hunt? You never told me. It's really you! Whew, that's a relief indeed. And finally, some smarts have happened. Indeed, I never told you that my arrow struck a great wild boar. A prize for any hunter. Samidare is the only one who ever saw it. Sorry for doubting you, but I could think of no better way to expose him if he'd attempted to impersonate you again. I had to remain vigilant after all, even though no news of his plots have reached me as of late.
From here to Yansha, people are on alert for the many-faced agitator within their midst, and not even a stray cat is beyond scrutiny. Samidari can no longer act so brazenly. I'm afraid this means his trail's gone cold. We also have another problem. When he pushed me into the Ruby Sea, the remedy I carried was soaked in salt water. I'm afraid it's no longer effective. No doubt his plans from the start was to eliminate the one means we had to undoing the cocoon's mimicry. We're at a disadvantage too great to ignore. Which is why I intend to synthesize a new batch. I was just about to go procure the necessary ingredients from the supplier when you arrived. Oh, why don't you join me? Why not? Got nothing better to do. Where are we going? Ah, okay. I see where we're going. Hello, ship. Hello. Hello. Remember the Hildebrand questline that was all around here? Yeah, that was so much fun. Especially when Hildebrand, not only some of the faces that some of the characters made, but also that scene where he dressed up as a lady in a kimono. That was so funny. I've never heard of such materials. Where are they found? Deep in the forest of Tural, a land beyond the Great Sea, and far, far to the west of here. Tural! I'm afraid my supply chain does not extend quite that far. He's that pot! He's that pot! Kill the pot! Quick! Did you? Yeah, that was such a fun quest. I feared as much. It doesn't help that the materials can only be harvested when the season is right. Even were I to return home now, I doubt I could find what we need. We have no choice but to give up on the remedy. I'm sorry. Now we're at the mercy of Samidari's cunning. Well, his cunning has to match my stabity death, and I think we have the advantage on that one. Hello there. Tell me, have you any salves that might ease my aching back? Jesus, wrinkles! Wow! Sir, this isn't the apothecary. Where are your spectacles? Oh yes, how can I forget? Wow, the wrinkles! Much better. Sometimes I forget that I'm as blind as a bat without these. Forgive me, Shirakashi. Excuse me? But do those bits of glass covering your eye help you see better? Well, yes. Are you unfamiliar with spectacles? I've seen folk wearing them before, but I always thought they were decorative, like my choker. Tell me, where can I procure a pair of my own? Yamabuki is your man. He has a breadth of artisan contacts who will ensure you receive a pair fine-tuned to your specifications. You'll find his shop on this very street. I'll look for him. Thank you. Apparently, Tyro. Apparently. That'll also help her look very stylish. I mean, look at these bad boys. I mean, come on. I'm sorry. You must be completely bewildered. I thought a failure of a hunter like me would never be able to... Wait. I thought a failure of a hunter like me would never be able to aid you in battle. I've just come to realize that there's hope yet. But let's not crowd this stall any longer. Care to join me over there? Yeah, meanwhile the shop owner over there is sitting there going like,
Why are you all just standing in front of my stall having this conversation? I have a business to run. Could you move along? Oh, she's gonna look cute as hell in glasses. Ever since I was a child, I've had trouble seeing things from afar. And that's why my aim with the bow is so poor. I'm not fit to be a hunter. Never was. It's only natural, like that chores like washing sheets and preparing meals fell to me. But I've always yearned to do more. To be more. I've looked up to Itoka ever since I can remember. No matter how hard I tried, I simply couldn't give up on my dream. I had to be just like her. She is nearsighted. Yeah, so am I. So what? Don't you go making fun of nearsightedness. Shut up. Man. So I begged her to teach me everything she knew. From the basics of drawing a bow to precise aiming techniques that few hunters use. Despite all her efforts, my sight failed me when it counted most. Yeah, well, I am more. So, all my life, I thought this was simply how nature intended to be for me to be. I was content to accept my lot. But now that I know that spectacles may improve my eyesight, I feel hope. Look, that hope's going to turn to dread once you see that not only do spectacles, are not only useful, but the fashion aspect of them. Oh my god! Because there are some glasses that are just totally disgusting. But yet, for some reason, people think they're great, and I don't know why. I was so nearsighted that he has to check it's really his glasses and not Cindy's. Well, actually, that's pretty easy to do, seeing as my glasses are about, like, twice, if not more so thick than Cindy's are. If I could just try them, mayhap my arrow would fire true. I could join you in battle, and maybe even strike down Samidari with my own arrow. We may have lost the remedy, but this may give us an element of a surprise. Alright, let's go meet this Yamabuki. Like, I mean, like, look, hold on. Let me see. Wait, not that. No, damn it. If, for instance, do I have any? Let's see. Not penis. Look at these. Look at those. Those are disgusting. Gross. And yet there'd be people out there who'd be like, "Oh yeah, those are totally fashionable. Those are like the so in thing right now. Oh my god!" Like, you ever seen those glasses? I've seen those like glasses like on some like on TV. I've seen like personalities wear these glasses that are like these like thick rims, like sort of like this, but they like see through. Ugh, it's so gross. Those aren't too bad. Simple spectacles. See, a lot of these are just fine. A lot of these are just fine. Yeah, then you got these weird things. Military grade glasses. Oh, and let's not even get into sports glasses, like the wraparound like goggle looking things, so that you could play sports without having to worry about your glasses falling off, or prescription swimming goggles. We got a whole range of things. Oh god, in the weird mixed technology level that Final Fantasy XIV's world takes place in, they probably have the old glass contacts. A pair of spectacles, is it? I can certainly get your order in the pipeline, but I'm afraid there'll be a wait.
I'm fresh out of supplies, you see, and the next shipment isn't due for a number of weeks. Of course, if you're in a rush, you could roll up your sleeves and get the materials yourselves. All you need is the glossy shell of an azure hawksbill and a cluster of aurelite quartz. Bring them here and my affiliates can begin work immediately. Who knows what scheme Samidari might contrive should we let down our chase for weeks? Would you be willing to lend me a hand with procuring the materials? If we split up, we should be able to gather them in the blink of an eye. Quite the eager pair, I see. In that case,
Quite the eager pair. Get it? Pair of glasses. Ah.
In that case, I dare say you'll be able to negotiate with the Blue Cochin for a carapace of a splendid quality.
I could do that! I have maxed affinity with them! I visited Tamamizu during my investigation in the Ruby Sea. I'll handle the shell. Excuse me! I just said I... Okay, whatever.
That leaves you with the aurelite quartz. Pray, look for a cavern near Shoal Rock in the Ruby Sea. Sprinkle some glitter gravel to lure the Shoal Iwamushi from its lair within, and retrieve a cluster from its shell.
But I want to go see my friends, the turtles. Let's meet back here when you're finished. I miss my turtle friends. It's been forever since I saw them. I think the last time we saw them might have been... I think the last time we saw them was that one quest line where there was that dude who was pretending to be the master of the four lords, remember? And the four lords like took on like a human shape with like the animal costumes so as not to be, you know, and then we had to like go through that whole quest line. It was the last time I had a chance to go meet with the turtles, or at least one turtle. Come bringing pizza, that'll get the affinity up. Wait, entrance? I go in? Hello? Oh, there it is. Oop. Now I wait. Hello! Got it! I can just fast travel there. At least close to it. Okay, okay, I drink the water. Ah. Ow! My nose! Ow! Ow!
Ah, you're the first to return. I trust you have your quartz in hand?
I do. Oh. Apparently my new clothes were made of Pokemon, from Pokemon materials. You caught my clothes! Oh, crap.
Excellent. This will make a fine pair of lenses. Now we need only wait for your friend.
I'm back. Wow. Sorry, didn't mean to alarm you like that. I suppose with the Coaching of the Blue as I spoke with the Coaching of the Blue as planned, but soon learned that Hawksbill shells have been sparse of late. They were reluctant to part with a single one. I was able to wear them down, though, until they proposed an exchange. If I dealt with the red Coaching who'd invaded their fishing grounds, they'd spare a shell. I knew my bow would be useless, so I took a leaf out of Warren's book and fought him up close and personal. As you can see, I took quite the beating. But so did they. I may be a little worse for wear, but the trouble was worth it. I have the shell as promised, and with it, your associates can get started.
Indeed they can. Let us first measure your eyesight, and then we can get to work.
Please don't be big, chunky looking glasses. Please don't be big, chunky looking glasses. This is incredible. Everything is so vivid. Okay, yeah, got a little half moon rims. All right, not bad. You look good. All right. Why, I'm sure I could hit a bird over the horizon. Come, Warren. I want to fire some test shots at that sign over there.
Hold on! That seems like a fine way to earn the ire of the Sekisegumi. I'll prepare some targets for you, so let's move somewhere less crowded.
Of course. Thank you for going to the trouble. When you can Robin Hood your own arrow, that's when we know you're... Oh, yeah! She's had glasses for what, an hour? And she's already got down the glasses pose. Damn! Don't get our hopes up. I did it! I really did it! After all these years, my aim is true! When we find Samedare, he won't know what hit him. Now we just need to go get her one of those little straps you put around the, around your, the things you wrap, the parts that wrap around your ears, so that, she doesn't, lose them when she's, like, in a high, like a high, intense battle or something. Or they get knocked off when she gets, knocked over or something. Pretty much, yeah. Well, it's like I said before, it's like the sports glasses. The ones that are more or less, they sort of more or less look like goggles from, instead of, like, it's just like a band that goes around the back of your head. Instead of the, what do you call it? The parts of the frame that go over your ear. Right, the arms. Yeah, instead of arms on your glasses, like, I used to have these as a kid, when I used to play Little League sports. They look like just thick, chunky glasses in the front, because they have to stand up to, like, abuse and stuff like that, so they can't just have normal frames. And then they have like a fabric strap that goes around the back instead of arms that just wrap all the way around your head. They just go up on her forehead. Like those glasses that are on tracks over her head. Oh, goodness. I don't know if I can properly describe this feeling to you. After so long, I don't feel like someone pretending to be a hunter. Finally, I don't feel like a burden. Actually, I can sort of relate to this. I got my glasses when I was in the 5th grade. That's when I found out I needed glasses. And my eyesight had always been poor my entire life, but I never really said anything. You know, I was just that kid. I never wanted to be. I never wanted to be a burden to anybody. I didn't want anything, so I just sort of like did the whole like super squinty thing all the time. Until, you know, one day one of my teachers just saw me just sitting there going like, and like said something to my parents, and then they took me to the ophthalmologist, the eye doctor, and that's when they got my first pair of glasses, and it was just like, whoa, what the fuck? That's what the word looks like? Shit. So yeah, I can totally get her feelings on this. See, Flack gets it. First time I ever put on glasses, 5th grade, and I was sitting, because my teachers at my elementary school had this rigid thing. It's like, they had this thing where it was like every grade. It was something about the school. The school had this policy. It was like, seating arrangements were always by name. You know, by last name, alphabetical order, via last name. So I ended up in the back a lot. It's just how that worked out. So when I finally could actually read the blackboard, I was just like, holy shit! Whoa! Fairly farsighted, but my work with computers makes me nearsighted, so it's a balance. As soon as I catch even a whiff of Samadare's trail, we stop him for good. When that moment arrives, please lend me your strength for the one last time. Together we'll retrieve the cocoon and return it to my village. We will. I don't have perfect vision, but it's like my author said, don't use this as a rule of thumb. Ah. Eureka, a hunter true! Man, this quest took a while. Your timing could not have been more impeccable, Warren. A person claiming to be an acquaintance of yours stopped by just moments ago, wishing to have a word. About Samadare, no less. They're presently waiting in my room, so give me just a moment and I'll bring them here. Please tell me you checked to see if they were not Samadare this time. Please tell me you were smart enough to learn from your mistakes. Glasses make us look so— oh, hey! Serena! Wow! You look well, Warren. Forgive me for eschewing pleasantries, but there was an urgent matter I wish to discuss. Reunion, what did you first... Actually, I don't remember either of these answers. I don't remember at all. What did we eat the night before our trial in Bardon's Meadow? Ah, I believe we feasted on gulo gulo meat. You and Hian competed to see who could bring back the greater hull. It would seem you, too, have grown wary of imposters. Then we can proceed straight into the heart of the matter. I'd like to see my characters learning. I'd like to see that. You appeared in Mol Ilo a few days ago, claiming Hian has been driven to madness. That he was assembling an army in Doma with plans to conquer the Azim Steppe. For a blessing, we'd already received word from a Doman envoy that an agitator was mimicking others, and saw the ruse for what it was. Unfortunately, when we attempted to capture them, the impostor transformed into a sheep and disappeared among the brands grazing at the plains. Then kill them. Have lots of mutton for days. Lamb chops for everybody! When I informed our friends in Doma of the incident, I was told you had been using Kugane as a base to track down the perpetrator, and thought it best I appraise you of this happening. Samidare,
He won't relent. His schemes won't end until we make them end. You may discover a clue as to his whereabouts in Reunion. If anyone in the steppes has seen him, that is where they will be. Now, I must alert the other tribes to this threat. May the winds speed your way. Off to the Azim steppe, then. With any luck, someone in Reunion will have insight to offer. And again, talking about places that it's been forever since I've been. Holy crap. Okay, I'm all... How much longer do I have till that? 7:30. I got 5 more days to finish this. Okay. Conflict. Not besides the normal quarrels between tribes. Certainly no disputes on the scale you speak of. But I have heard rumors that Magni has been sneaking out of the Dawn Throne. Where could he be going? And to do what, I wonder? Little Son is up to something, is he? Or is someone posing as Little Son? Still best scene in the game. One of the best scenes in the game. Someone stirring up trouble? A quarrel among the tribes is as common as the rising sun, and not a day goes by without it. Now, if you will excuse me, I have goods to sell. Kindly continue with your inquiries elsewhere. Well, fuck you too. Conflict is forbidden in Reunion. This is known. As for my tribe, all is at peace. I heard a rumor of interest, however. It seems Magni of the Orinir has been behaving strangely of late. Perhaps that is related to the matter you are investigating? Time to go see Lobsterface! It's been a while since we've seen Lobsterface. Were you able to learn anything of interest? I've also heard the rumors pertaining to this Magni. One person even stated that they saw him heading towards a place called Bardam's Metal not long ago. Mayhap this is the form Samidare has taken on. Whatever the case may be, we'll find the answer at Bardam's Metal. We can't allow Samidare's depravity to go on any longer. Steel yourself, for when we face him next, we're putting an end to all of this. Oh, I'm ready. Man, I hope he stays in the form of Magni when we beat him down. I've always wanted to give that guy a beatdown. Good, you're ready. Once the battle begins, there's no telling which form Samidare might take. An eminent warrior, a fearsome beast, or worse. He's also shown more scrupulous behavior in his preparations of late. Whatever his form, we would do best to assume that he has thoroughly studied its strengths and will use them to full effect. Yet I am not the feeble hunter I was before. Together with your martial might and my exacting eye, we will defeat him. At long last, Itoka shall have her vengeance, and my village shall see the cocoon returned. Let's go, baby. 680. Actually, what is my item level? I haven't checked in a while. I doubt it's 680. Or maybe it is. I don't remember. Sadhu, you would not... No way you would be fooled by Magni. Why are you blushing? Oh, it's Sadhu, isn't it? Sadhu is Samidare. My beautiful, bright sun. I would bask in your warmth till my flesh returns to the earth. Yeah, it's... Has the feral dog gone rabid? You speak these honeyed words to lure me into your cot, only to slit my throat as I sleep. Hush, fool! I am your Nama. Though we've had our disagreements in the past, I've come to understand my actions were born of love.
Yet only now that I am forced to wed do I realize this. Despite my shame, I wish to confess my feelings before it's too late.
Wed? A authority beast like you? To whom? To what?
Yen of Doma! By becoming kin, he seeks to leverage the influence of the Dawntrail to claim dominion over the steppe.
The Doman knows no shame. But very well. I will consider your proposal, far-fetched though it may be. I cannot overlook the possibility that you are my Nama. But first, we must gather our warriors. The Doman's impudence cannot go unpunished. We march for Domo come morrow's dawn. At dawn, we plan.
That's not your man!
You! What are you doing here?
Is it not obvious? They are spies of Doma, come to quash any thoughts of resistance. You must kill them, quickly!
But he is the Kagan.
Damn! I wanted to do that! Not fair. I wanted to do that.
You two are quite the persistent pair. I had hoped to strike at your backs from the shadows, but now you've forced my hand.
Exactly! Yeah, there we go. Like, K.O. Gotta get the Street Fighter 4 announcer out.
I will select from my repertoire the greatest warriors I have witnessed, and use their strength to give you the death you so crave. Unbound, Silver-Tongue Samadare. Beginning with her.
Gee, I wonder who he's going to transform it. What? I didn't see that coming. How dare you! When my arrow pierces your breast, Itoka will finally know peace! You know, there are perfectly good you know, there was a shortage of perfectly good breasts in this world. It would be a shame to damage hers. Yeah, I quoted Princess Bride. What of it? And oh, that's right. Whip! Boink! Ooh, we got HP. Oh, hello. When do I get that move as a bard? Damn! I want that. Wait, she was a Beastmaster? Ooh, are we getting a hint at what's to come when Beastmaster's unlocked? Oh. Shit. Oh! Fuck me! Okay. change the shape. What you doing? Ah, yay! Yeah, exactly what I wanted. I always wanted to beat that dude down. Again. Oh, I'm ready. Oh. That should do it. There we go. Yeah, why didn't I go this way? Your meteor is nothing! Oh, music change! Oh, please, I already got this mount. Tremble before the plane of hospice, Tubum always goes down. I do not tremble. I've already tamed the damn thing, it's a mount of mine. Me and this thing are buddies. Oh, whoa, 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 what is this? Nope. Ha 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 ha! I came prepared for that, bitch. Crap. I don't think so, you douchebag. Look, Quickie, you need to slow down a little bit. To pull back your aggro, so I can pull some aggro off you. You're getting your ass beat a little bit. Slow your roll a little bit. Kerboom. I'd prefer if you didn't do that. Got it. Come on! Yo! Damn thing just carpet bombed the area. Jesus! Oh, is it now? Oh, it's a sure, he says. Got it! Yes, you will. You will lose to vermin like me. Bunny and kitty power, unite! Complete with a weapon made with Mandervillian technology. You stand no chance. No! See, now he's just pushing his luck, using that so many times. Hit both the bird and the Namazu. Oh, wouldn't that be awesome? The arrow hits the bird, goes through the bird, and flies in to distant Namazu. We are near the Namazu beast tribe camp. BAM! Ooh! That's gotta hurt! Now to find the nearest taxidermist to stuff him so we can mount him on our wall. Itoka, it's finally done.
What am I doing here? I feel as though I have just awoken from the strangest dream. Well, you'll see. This cowardly cur assaulted you from behind and knocked you unconscious.
Is he steaming? He's literally steaming.
You have shown the sun disgrace this day. You will feel his scorn impressed upon your flesh. You shall forget the warmth of his radiance. In the shadows you will scream, yet none will hear. Prepare yourself.
What the fuck is... What was that? What the hell? Death would have been too good a fate for him. He deserves to spend the rest of his days feeling the weight of his crimes. Now we've honored Itoka's memory and reclaimed the cocoon. No words can express my gratitude, Warren. I can finally go home. But my community awaits our foremost hunter's triumphant return. What expression will come over their faces when the village disgrace arrives instead? I don't know if I can bear to see. Damn it! More drinkage. Okay. The journey to reclaim the Dreamweave cocoon has come to an end at long last. Would that I could return home in high spirits. As I recall, you had Shashespia. You said Shashespia is the one who requested your help, yes? Let us make the journey back to Turihiolol and return to her all that has happened. Boink. God, I forgot the music here. I forgot how good the music was back here. It's been so long. But there we got this, which is much better. You're back! Were you able to retrieve the Dawnweave cocoon? A Dreamweave cocoon. Itoka isn't with you? Hello! Quickie! Thank goodness you're alive! I said that wrong. May her soul rest in the cocoon's embrace. I can't believe Itoka is gone. Yes, our village's greatest hunter is lost to us. while its greatest failure survives. Here, take the cocoon back to where it belongs. Home. I have no right to return. Don't be ridiculous! You are a child of the forest. You are our dear sister. You can always, always come home. The entire village has been worried sick about you. We all saw you how crestfallen you were. So when you suddenly disappeared, we feared you took your life. For 3 days and 3 nights, we scoured land and water to find you. Yet look at you now, Quickie. Not only are you hale and whole, but you have reclaimed the cocoon too. I'm sure that the Doka spirit, hunting in the forest above, is smiling down at you with pride. And she would much rather you take up her mantle and protect the village than wallow in guilt over her death. Nothing escapes your gaze now, after all. Isn't that right? She looks cute as a fucking button. Look at those glasses. Thank you, Shashespia. It's settled. You will return home with me, and finally our village can breathe a sigh of relief. And it would be remiss of me not to thank you properly, Warren. For assisting Quickie in reclaiming the Dreamweave cocoon, you have my heartfelt gratitude. Well, gratitude's fine and all, but what about cheesecake? Let's talk about people taking the sewer slide in this update. Oh, goodness. I was little more than a liar and a hypocrite when we first met. Well, I wouldn't say you were a hypocrite. Liar, yes, but I don't think she did anything to be considered a hypocrite. But during our time together, I discovered that I'm so much more than that. That with the right tools, even I could become a hunter worthy of following in Itoka's footsteps. I'm truly grateful to you for helping me see that. Yeah. Farewell for now, Warren. I hope that one day our paths may cross again. She's already got down the glasses pose. I love it. All us with glasses know the... Oh, yeah, you guys can't see my hand yet. still got to do that. Still got to see if my computer can handle that, doing a one PC setup. I do have a means to do it without having a leap motion yet, but it's one of those ones that, like, uses up extra CPU usage. Bum, 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 bum. Dreams woven anew. Hooray! Does that give me, like, a new, like, title or anything? Nope, no new title. Okay. I think we can. It's gonna make the stream's gonna be a little long, but we're gonna do the magic caster one as well. Suhei seeks an adventure with a penchant for the magical. All right, Tyro, you have a good one, Bo. Thank you for stopping by. Always appreciate, Bo. Oh, hello. Did Brukyevu send you to help recover our stolen treasure? Thank the heavens. And judging by your accoutrements, you're learning the arcane arts, yes? If so, we've needed your power and wisdom. Well, I don't got wisdom, but I got imagination. Truth be told, it is the wisdom that we require most. Oh, then we're fucked. You see, even though the treasure has been guarded by our people for generations, we know little of its true nature. In ages past, the forest of our homeland was plagued by terrible beasts, a constant source of fear and anger. To combat this menace, our mages spent many moons researching the treasure, known as the Purge of the Apex. Upon unlocking its secrets, they were able to drive the monsters from the woods, bringing peace back at last. With the threat all but eradicated, our forebears forbade any further use of the treasure, and enshrined it within the village. As the years passed, we slowly forgot what it was to live in fear. Yet, as our struggles faded into memory, stories surrounding the perch of the apex became legend, then myth. Now, none living are certain of its true power. Yet the peace was shattered by a member of the Passage of the Unbound. The villain wheedled his way into our trust, then stole upon my husband, the treasure's appointed guardian, catching him unaware with a terrible blow that left him unconscious. Well, at least it didn't kill him. I mean, he has yet to awaken, so my daughter Tepeke has set forth to retrieve what was stolen. Unlike her father, she has no skill in the arcane arts and chose the path of the sword. That's why I've been seeking someone with the knowledge she lacks, should the ancient power be unleashed. Please, if you can find it in your heart to help Tepeke, I would be forever grateful. If there's a mystic artifact involved, come here. Consider it done. I don't want to make it sound like my help is conditional. I want to be a good guy. Okay, the latest event mission for this guy basically go to a certain place to try the bugs. Ah, okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now's our only clue. Wait, now our only clue to the thief's whereabouts is from something he mentioned during his stay in our village. He spoke of his desire to bring change to a place called Radzatan. That is where Tepeke decided to begin her search, so she boarded a ferry bound there, by way of Limsa Lominsa, with her trusted sword and shield close at hand. That's how you'll know her. Yes, because no one else will have a sword or shield. She agreed to stay in Radzatan to gather information until aid arrived. I know nothing of the place, but it's likely she could be found in a marketplace or some such. And please bring our treasure and my daughter safely home. Okay. But again, the whole wisdom thing. Will imagination substitute? So I am a pictomancer. Okay, let's see. Oh, wait! Now that I finished... Can I now... I can. That's right. I can now dye my armor, my Dragoon armor. Hell yeah! Yo! Although maybe not all of it. Maybe not the... What do I wasn't doing... That's right, that wasn't previewing. This. Oh, wait. No, I need it to stay there. I just need to go get these dyes, and I can be all fashionable. Although I may want to change the, can I change the... Yeah, actually, I think I want to switch that around. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'll do that on my own time. I'm sorry. I don't know why I allowed myself. We're already working on borrowed time here. I'm allowing myself to get completely sidetracked by fashion. Why am I doing that? Or my lack thereof. Oh wait, did I Okay, I don't need to repair up. Well, it already took us over 2 hours just to do the one roll quest. So this one's probably going to be the same. So that's why I say it that way. Jesus! That's a sword? Oh, are you looking for me? Whatsoever for? Warren? And you say my mother sent you? I take it she's already explained the details, such as how we know next to nothing of the treasure and its capabilities. We have only the legends passed down through the forebears to go on. They speak of a Turavidral of an owl that once terrorized the forest. You mean like, oh, what was the name? What's the name of that owl from Monster Hunter? Is it the Monster Hunter? What? Oh, it wasn't the Monster Hunter owl name. I love that fucking monster. Malfestio, that's right. Which I'm still crossing my fingers comes back in Monster Hunter Wilds. I want Malfestio to come back. Wait, okay, so they speak of a Turavidral of an owl that once terrorized the forests, whose soul is sealed within the perch of the apex. The tales have only become more vague as the mists of time obscure the treasure's origin. Even our village's eldest remembers naught but an ominous warning uttered by those who once wielded its magics. The master of the apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. It's clear that despite owing their safety to the apex's power, our forebears viewed it as something to be feared. It must be truly immense. Now, onto the matter of the thief. Even during our brief acquaintance, he made plain his desire to bring change to Razatan. Naturally, I've started my search here, and have been seeking anyone who's expressed dissatisfaction with the status quo. Sure enough, I soon heard stories of a recent arrival, a self-styled savior of Razatan, who proclaims that he will lead the city to greatness, and calls himself the Justicar. Wait, is it Samara? Is it Samara from Mass Effect 2? She was a Justicar. He's apparently taken on the burden of personally exterminating the beast which infests Thavnair's wilds. He made a great show of claiming he alone is equal to the task. While he certainly draws a crowd with his boasting, they only watch with morbid curiosity as he sets off into the jungles alone. I realize this could be nothing but to do with our problem, but even the smallest lead must be pursued. I've heard he often gives his speeches at the region's smaller settlements. So, shall we go see this Justicar for ourselves? It's decided. I hear Yedlimad would be a good place to start. Hopefully there we can find our next crumb of a clue. No, see, if it was a great sword, Morgan, it'd be on her back. Great swords, you know, I like to play Dark Knight. I know great swords. See, I'll show you. That's a great sword. Because it also do that. See, that's a great sword. She's got like the gladiator paladin thing going on. Oh yeah, really mud. Warren, we're in luck! This boy saw the very man we seek! It seems he gave some grand speech about saving the people, claiming that danger lurked nearby before venturing forth to combat it alone. Yet the Radiant host could not well stand idle if there truly were beasts afoot, so one of them followed him. All we need to do is pick up their trail. Sorry, theirs was just great. He ran towards the shroud, but you might be able to spot him from Kajaya's footsteps. You can see the whole forest from there. Thanks. You've been very helpful. So, Warren, let's head there and see what we can find. See what we can see. Read the words, idiot. Come on, FeatherHoof, get with it. The fact that they didn't use the song Flight of the Valkyries for this is such a shame. God's sakes, we're commanding a tank that's flying. It should be going ta 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 ta. I mean, I know I got mount music turned off right now, but oh, there you are. Now then, let us begin our search. Since I've never actually seen the Justicar, I suggest we find the Radiant Host soldier first. They do all wear similar armor, after all. Okay. Of course, I'm doing this at night, so that's not going to help things. Wait, no. How do you zoom in again? Oh, there we go. Magnification! Well, I almost did a good zoom there. Almost. Oh, you did it? No, that's a flower. That's a monkey. 40 steps. Aha! That must be him. What happened? That must be him. But what happened? We'd better get down there quickly. Enunciate your words, FeatherHoof. Enunciate the syllables. There's no rush to get through the words. If you can't even speak them all properly. Not to worry, Warren. He's unconscious, but otherwise appears unharmed. Rock, mushroom, other rock.
What happened?
We heard you came here in pursuit of the Justicar. Do you remember anything?
Yes, I eventually found him. He was confronting that fiend that now lies dead.
Really? The big fiend he had to go fight was just that little mushroom guy? Really? Oh, he's a bow wielder, huh? Okay. Oh, it's that guy!
At last, the Justicar graces Ron-Zatan. I shall bring unending peace to this beleaguered land.
Oh, I said that right first time. Sweet. I didn't trip up over that.
You are brave to follow in my path. Few indeed possess the mettle to even consider the terrors which threaten our home, let alone stand against them. Yet courageous though you may be, you are far too weak to fell a beast so mighty. Quit this place with your life while you are yet able. I am of the Radiant Host. If I ran from such meager prey, I would become a laughingstock. How bold to look death in the eye without flinching. I doubt not your conviction to defend Ron-Zatan, yet I believe it pays before mine. Oh, Apex, bestow upon me your divine might! Do you not heed my call? I require your power more than ever! Is, something supposed to happen? Why? Am I yet unworthy? Or mayhap there is a button I must press? This is not what I expected. Stand aside! I'll dispose of this pest. Just give me a moment! It cannot end like this! I won't be made a fool! Come on, you moldy trinket! Work! Transform me into the hero of Ron-Zatan! Oh, wow! He brandished that idol and became wreathed in a mysterious light. Then boulders started falling from the sky. Down they came, one after the other. That's when I must have been struck unconscious.
And that is why we wear hard hats in a construction site.
I recall only faintly, but I think I heard the man mumbling quite excitedly, as if he had come upon a sudden revelation, or as if he was overtaken by madness. It seems he got away unscathed. Either he had an incredible stroke of luck, or whatever he was beseeching to... or whatever it was beseeching to actually answered.
Then it is as I suspected. This Justicar is the self-same thief who stole the perch of the Apex. But no doubt he's long departed from here. First, I'll escort this fellow back to the Yenlimod and keep a close eye on him. Head wounds can have a dreadful after effects. The soldier made his way back. The soldier made his way to Razatan to make a formal report, and what an odd report it will be. His account seems to align with legends of the Church's powers. The wielder escaped unharmed, and brought ruin to those around him. Could those falling rocks have been a freak accident? I'm not so sure. You won't believe it! He came back! Who came back? The Justicar? Yes! Not long after you left! He said he beat up a monster that knocked out a Radiant, and he was laughing his head off. Did he really do that? Is he really stronger than the Radiants? Wait, why are you looking at me? Whatever he did, the monster was slain, I suppose. Well, my mate can't stop talking about him. He wants to be just like the Justicar. His mom and dad weren't happy about that, though. I'd advise you and your friend to look for a different role model. But we thank you for telling us what happened. Well, there is one less fiend still skulking about, I suppose. He may have been simply testing the treasure's capabilities, and as far as we know, he's yet to use its powers to evil ends. I find his motivations a mystery. To steal the perch of the Apex by force, only to come here to Thavnir and use it for good? It makes no sense. You've heard tell of this passage of the Unbound, yes? Many have ventured to Tulihyolo claiming to be their victims. Yet here they would be saviors? If he had such noble goals, then why did he stoop to such devious deception? What could he be plotting? I mean, I think this one's pretty obvious. This is a guy who's looking for fame. This guy wants fame. That's all it is. He wants people to be like, oh, you're so awesome. You know, he wants people to feed into his ego. That's neither here nor there. He stole from my people, and that misdeed can't be forgiven. The perch of the Apex helped us win peace. By its might, our forebears built the foundation of the lives we now lead. Till recently, it stood silent, a symbol of our pride as a people. It reminded us that we carved out a home within that inhospitable wilderness. Being trusted with its protection is a great honor. I was so proud of my father when the elders chose him. So proud to be his daughter. Yet since the day it was stolen, some of the other villagers made this disdain towards him only too clear. I couldn't bear it. That's why I must get it back. to restore my village's pride and my father's reputation.
And I shall help with my silly costume. Exactly, Morgan.
There's still so much we don't know about the Justicar, but we have to assume he's learned to wield the Apex's power. I can't say whether those falling rocks have anything to do with it, but I won't discount it outright. I'll continue looking into his whereabouts. While we still have so many questions, with both of us working together, we'll find answers soon enough.
I just completed this.
Actually, before I do anything, just to make sure, just in case a battle starts, I want to be prepared.
A brand of justice? Again with justicing! I love justice.
Ah, Warren, I'm afraid there have been some developments that are less than encouraging. News of the Justicar's actions have spread throughout the city, and with each retelling his deeds become more valorous. The young citizens in particular seem to view him as something of an idol.
An idol? Is he doing stage shows? Is he dancing?
Despite the creatures he hunts posing no real danger, he would paint them as mighty beasts in need of felling. Of course, the Radiant hosts are far too busy to trouble themselves, culling every pest that casts a sideways glance at the city's gates. Yet the Justicar has twisted circumstances to his advantage. He proclaims to anyone who will listen that the Radiant hosts shirk with terror before these beasts, and that he's the only one who can eradicate them. Though you might expect such claims to be dismissed as wild ramblings, it seems no few people have fallen to his ploy. The whispers of his exploits among the youth have practically grown into a clamor. Almost starting to sound like a politician on the election trail. Jesus. Yet we mustn't be discouraged, for his increasing fame only makes it easier for us to sniff out his trail. And we're better to start than Razathan. I'll see you there, Warren.
Ow! Sorry! Didn't mean to bring up politics. I shouldn't have done that, you're right. Ow!
Given how large the city is, let's split up and cover more ground. I already have a destination in mind, the High Crucible. I hear the alchemists there can concoct all manner of tinctures and powders, including those which help in detecting traces of energies left behind by magics and enchanted tools. Fallen rocks have invariably marked locations where the Justicar has performed one of his feats, and I believe an alchemical mixture can help us determine if the presence is the work of the treasure. I'm hardly an expert in such concoctions, though, so I'll seek advice at the High Crucible. While I'm doing that, I would ask that you go to the Hall of the Radiant Host and see if they have any new information on the Justicar's whereabouts. Does that sound agreeable to you? Great. Now that we both have our tasks, let's get to them. I'll meet you back here once my business is done. There's one thing that they didn't do that I wish they would have. They didn't make Mandervilius weapons for the Pictomancer or the Viper. I wish they had. Because I love the Mandervilius weapons. I love them so much. They're like my favorite relic weapons right now. I don't know why I checked with him. I haven't even been into a fight yet. I don't know why I checked in with him. Ooh, what? Is that Hecteye monster from the Void still hanging around here? I can't remember if he's still hanging around after we finished that quest line. He went back to the 13th. Remember he was around here somewhere. Quest line, he was around here. Where was he? Do you remember who I'm talking about? Oh yeah, this is the room where the role quests for Endwalker took place. Was it up here? I think it was up here. That Hecteye monster, Void Scent is still here. It'll be up here. Yeah, there he is! He is still here!
I will be on my best behavior until I have forged a pact. It's nothing short of a dream come true to be in this world, and I'll do whatever it's required to remain.
Does it have a glowing paintbrush and glowing paints on the palette?
Probably. I could have designed a good one. It could have been cool.
I'm tired of hearing about this Justicar. Its popularity among the city's younglings is quickly becoming a cause for concern. Try as we might to refute his claims that the Radiant Host are allowing monstrous beasts to run amok unchecked. You know how young minds are. Impressionable and difficult to change once set. We initially disregarded him as a boastful eccentric, but his alarming sway over the populace can no longer be ignored. We are at present considering whether to open a formal investigation into his activities. You and this ally of yours have done well in your search thus far. You even have a working theory about the falling stones. Quite impressive. We just have two tiny versions of the Great Sword. Several of our number have encountered him during their patrols, only to lose sight of him under the hail of rocks. Such incidents have become all too frequent, and many in our ranks demand we act. For now, I am afraid this is all the help I can offer. Please share what I've told with your companion, and together we may yet unmask this Justicar.
Yeah. Although with a different, I think the helmet's different, but the armor he's wearing is an armor set from Heaven's Word. It was a Dragoon's armor set, actually. I remember wearing it well back in the days of Heaven's Word. Or, well, not all through Heaven's Word, but like partially through Heaven's Word. Because the Shire armor became the last Tombstone armor that went into Stormblood. But I remember wearing it for a while. Oh, Jesus. It's heartening to know that the Radiant Hosts are taking this seriously. Thank you for speaking with them, Warren. I have good tidings as well. I explained the situation to the alchemist, and they provided a powder that should help detect traces of magic in the surrounding environment. I say help because the powder reacts only faintly on its own. To function properly, it requires the skills of one practiced in the arcane arts. Luckily, I have you. I've committed the locations of all sightings of the Justicar to memory, and the closest to us was at the Perfume Rise. Let's hope this powder works as intended. Wait, is Pictomancy arcane? Are we using the arcane arts with Pictomancy? Well, I'd imagine the Viper's weapons would be somewhere between a tiny version of the Great Sword and the Ninja's weapons. Because they're both, both the Ninja and the Viper are twin blade users. Though the Ninja's twin daggers versus twin swords, so. I bet it would be somewhere between those two. Or maybe even more so. Not instead of the Great Sword, it'd probably be more like the Paladins. Yeah, I gotta... Like, imagine that, but smaller and twin-bladed. I can imagine that. You know what I mean? Ninja does, because Ninja existed then. Ninja's been around since, what was it? 5.1? Or 1.1, I believe? Or 2.1. Wait. Is a Realm Reborn... Wait, we're on 7 now. 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah, 2.1. The Justicar was sighted near here, and I didn't see any other conspicuous stones around, so I've sprinkled the powder over this one. Now, concentrate your focus, or your inner eye, or whatever it is that's the locus of your power, and see if you can't detect any unnatural forces. Rock! Yeah, I don't have a ninja to level 90 so I can see what those weapons look like. Because I'm not really a huge fan of ninja, really. But when I get ninja to 90, you'd better believe I'm going to get some Mandervillius weapons. I want all the Mandervillius weapons. It's the first time I'm really like, I want all the relic weapons. A, because Manderville. And B, because they look awesome. Hell yeah. So, were you able to detect anything? I knew you could do it! So because there are no crystals in the rock, the energy you detected must be the remnants of some kind of spell. Is that right? Really? Oh. And taking the story of the Radiant we rescued previously into account, we can conclude that the Justicar uses the treasure to call those stones down from the sky. At least now we have an inkling of its true nature. Even so, not every question has been answered. That's kind of, yeah, it's kind of weird. There has to be more to this, this treasure than that, because it's like, he's just using it to call stones down? The Radiant told us that even as the Justicar stood before the creature, he seemed to have trouble calling forth the Apex's power at first. My father once said that the purge of the Apex is much like the wand he used to weave his magics. Of course, the main difference between them is that the unique nature of the essence stored within the treasure. I know little of such arcane instruments, but you must be quite familiar with them. How do you use yours? Let's see. Well, we're not a Green Lantern. I'll just go. I'll channel it into. I don't know. I see. Even with the right instrument, spellcasting requires the use of specific techniques. The Justicar seems to lack any such expertise. So, how did he tap into the treasure's power? I suppose the Purge of the Apex possesses such unique methods of activation. When I spoke to the representative of the other tribes about their treasures, no one mentioned special techniques being required. Not that the relics should have much in common to begin with. So is it one of those things where it's like, if like a mage, somebody who understood magic but couldn't cast magic, it would allow somebody who couldn't cast magic to still cast magic? Even if they had a basic understanding of it, if they didn't have like the skill to be a mage of any kind. You two, did you see an Auri girl pass through? Did you see an Auri girl pass through here by yourself? I'm afraid not. What happened? I'm afraid not. What happened? Wait, I recognize you both. The hero of the final days and our recent visitor from Tyrol. Apologies for the imposition, but may I beg your assistance? It's all that Justicar's fault. The girl said she was off to join that fool's crusade and ran out of Medlimod before anyone could stop her. Her mother begged us to find her, but if she's following the Justicar, she could be anywhere. You see, he's been sighted at locations scattered all over Thavnair. We can't stand here looking at rocks while a girl is in danger, especially if the Justicar is evolved. We have to help. We're gonna get justice, all right. We're gonna get justice for Samara, for this guy, dragging the word, the title of Justicar through the mud like this. That'd be much appreciated. We're searching places where the Justicar's been spotted before, so perhaps you could start where he hasn't been seen? Good idea. As far as I know, he hasn't been sighted at the northern shores. Come on, Warren. How come there's so many, like, whenever they do an NPC that's miqo'te, why do they do so many that's, you know, Seekers of the Sun? There's not enough Keeper of the Moon's miqo'te NPCs. I feel so lonely. Where are all my fellow Keeper of the Moons? I mean, I know there's been some, but they're very few and far between. Almost always it's Seekers of the Sun. Keepers of the Moon, we got the longer teeth, and we have the longer tails. And we have the dilated pupils. That's how you know a Keeper of the Moon versus a Seeker of the Sun. Even if they don't have the gray skin. That's the way you can tell. And almost every time I see a miqo'te NPC, they all got the slitted cat eye pupils, which is a Seeker of the Sun thing. Aha! I got you, girl! Don't you worry. I save you. I saved you good. Bam! Then there was Black Cat. Black Cat? I heard fighting, so I came as fast as I could. It's a good thing you arrived in time to save the girl. Thank you, mister. Thank you. I'm glad you're safe, but your mother must be worried sick. You shouldn't wander off like that, especially not to look for a trickster like the Justicar. What? You mean he's a bad man? Yes, exactly. He stole an important treasure from my village, and now he's using it to make himself look brave. The cat friend from Arcadia. No, she was a Seeker of the Sun too. She had the slit eye cat pupils. But he needs it to kill the monsters, to protect us. That's no excuse for stealing. He might have fooled you, younglings, but the Radiant hosts know what he's up to. But he said he'd save us from the monsters. He's a hero. The Radiant said we shouldn't be scared, but we all know that Justicar is the one who keeps us safe. We don't need the Radiants anymore. Yeah, her eyes did have that cool sheen to them, but they did. But she still had the slit eye pupils. That's Seeker of the Sun material. No hero can save the world alone. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say bad things about the Radiants. They protected everyone in the final days. I guess I forgot how much they care about us. I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that after all you've been through. You said that Justicar is a thief and a trickster, but I hope it's not true. He's my hero. Girl, you need some better heroes. I mean, I'm standing right here. I could be your hero if you want. You know, hey, look, holy shit. A shadow that's not running at 15 frames per second. It's actually moving smoothly. What the fuck? Oh, wait. Nope, it's a little jittery. That's mostly... Oh, look at that. Huh. I'm not used to seeing... Oh, wait, nope. Still running... Yeah, there it is. As it's getting closer, I see it. It's still running low frames on the world shadow. Well, I'd best escort her back to Yetlima. I'll meet you... Ow! What the hell? Oh, hey, welcome back, Tyro. I'll meet you there, Warren. Yep, jitter. Look at the jittering on that shadow. Ow! What? Oh, where'd you go? Who did that? Show yourselves! Why is everything black? I can't see nothing. I swear, when I get out of here... Oh, there you are. Hello. By the way, oh, ow! By the way, I hope everybody who's been watching has been getting their rewards. You know, you only got, I think, what, 3-4 more days to redeem to get your Chocoporker. Or however you freaking say this thing. Ow! Not yet. No, not yet. I kind of passed out after work again. Ow! Sorry! Oh, I gotta do it. Ow! I'm already down! I'm not a Pokemon! What the hell happened? I just caught that out the corner of my eye. Damn it. My clothes are gone again. The girl and her mother are reunited, and I think we could both give ourselves a pat on the back. They're on their way now to inform the Radiant host that all is well. I would like to apologize for before. I let my emotions get the better of me and... Harangue? Is that how you spell harangued? Huh. Harangued that poor girl when she was hardly to blame for anything. I really should have been scolding myself. Well, no, actually, she needed to be told. You know, it's like, you know, kids need to understand. You know, they need to be taught. You know, and sometimes scolding them is what is needed. Otherwise, you know, it's not going to be a traumatic enough experience for it to like sink in. You know, kid needs help being understood. You know. It needs help understanding that, you know, when they've done wrong. If you don't show in your emotions or your tone that, you know, you're worried or upset, if you're just gonna be like, well, just make sure you do better next time, you know, if you just pull that crap, they're gonna be like, oh, well, it wasn't a big deal then. You know, you gotta scold a kid from time to time. They need to understand, oh shit, that had an effect on people, you know, that they're upset. Holy shit, you know. Warren, there's something I neglected to tell you before. The man who now calls himself the Justicar came to us in the guise of a worldly merchant. He was eager to ask about the perch of the Apex and its history, and I was equally eager to tell him, not even considering what he might do with the information. I'm so proud of my father for being appointed as its guardian. I suppose I was trying to impress this stranger out of sheer vanity. What's wrong with being proud about what your dad does? There's nothing wrong with that. That vanity led to my father being attacked and the treasure being stolen from under our noses. I have no choice but to make amends for my mistake in bringing it back. Okay, see, what this right here, this is I don't know what it's called. I don't know what the word is. But she's blaming herself out of grief. You know, she's putting misplaced, you know, blame on herself here. Yet some are convinced that the Justicar acts only to serve the greater good. I couldn't accept that he might not be as rotten as I thought and lashed out at the wrong person. Maybe that. From now on, I can't let my emotions cloud my judgment. I must remain calm and look at the facts for what they are. And the facts say that the Justicar has done no harm to the people of Thavnair. Oh, I'm sorry, except for leading that girl into danger, or, I don't know, dropping a giant boulder on that Radiant host's head that could have killed him. What do you mean he hasn't done it? Is this girl high? Even so, the organization he serves, the Passage of the Unbound, is evil to its very core. If his actions at my village are not villainy, I don't know what is. The situation is fraught with contradictions. I still don't know how to think. What about you, Warren? I can't in good... I can't in good conscience say the second one, because it's like, how high would I be not to recognize that he has attacked somebody, people, even if it was indirectly? There's still too many unanswered questions, though. That's true. I agree. He speaks of justice and heroism with great bluster, yet there's something we're missing. Like I still swear, this is just a huge ego trip for this guy. This guy just wanted to be like, I want to be hero guy. I want to be praised by people. This is just the ego trip for this guy. That's why he wanted it. Thank you, Warren. For your wise words. I sometimes find it difficult to keep my heart from skewing my perspective. So I'm grateful that you're here to help me see clearly. So, it seems our objective is unchanged. We track down the man who stole my people's sacred treasure. Whatever his intentions may be, unraveling them comes secondary to finding the man himself. I'll continue to pour my every effort into the search, so stop by from time to time and I may have something new to share with you. From time to time, she says. How about now? Warren, I hope you've been well. Since last we spoke, the Justicar has been felling fiends all across. Oh, wow, that came up. Whoa, there's another one. Whoa, a third one. Oh, fourth one. Are we done, body? Are we good? Okay. Has been felling fiends all across Thavnair, leaving a trail of witnesses behind in his wake. More than a few reported seeing stones falling from the sky, which all but confirms our theory that the treasure is causing the phenomenon. Do-do-do-do-do. The stories share one more peculiar commonality. It seems the pests he hunts have all been the seedkin variety. Why he avoids beasts of flesh and blood is yet a mystery. It bears mentioning that each of these eyewitness accounts came from people who were rescued by the Justicar, who invariably appears just as these creatures attack. In fact, the Justicar has been there to save the day in every single instance of seedkin-related mischief. Awfully suspicious, if you ask me. And I'm not the only one who thinks so. Some among the Radiant hosts have suggested that the Justicar is planning these assaults somehow, so he alone can reap the glory from thwarting them. I agree, and oh, shit. I accidentally pressed that. Many of these incidents occurred near the Giant Skull grounds, so we should start our search there. If we can find one of these monstrous plants before it finds hapless prey, we may be able to shed light upon the Justicar's methods. Time is of the essence, so let's leave it once. Okay. I can do that. I'm good at leaving it onces. Wait, where is he? Oh, he's way up there. Okay. God, remember back in the day, remember during Endwalker when the final days was happening and like all the skies were dark and meteors were falling and shit? That was so cool. I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't have been cool if, you know, for the people living there. But as a player of a game, it looked cool. Any moving bushes? Slithering vines? Not here in any case. Warren, I'll search the western path. Why don't you search the east? If you see something, don't strike to kill. Weaken it, then capture it with a rope. We'll learn much more from a live specimen. Okay. Go kill it. I mean, not kill it. No. Capture, yes. If only we had an object in ball form that might be able to capture these things. I don't know. Oh, look at the Widow Pink Malboro. Oh, let's kill it. What do you mean it's not weakened? Are you high, game? Really? Okay. Is it following me, or is it... Oh, it vanished. I got Santa Bear! Hey, Tepeke! I got a present for you! Here, here's a present for you. I see plenty of fauna roaming about, but the flora all seems to be of the rooted to the ground variety. Perhaps my hunch was incorrect. You found one! In fact, this is exactly as an eyewitness described. Why don't you keep it for the time being? Bring it to the Great Works, and I'll ask my acquaintance there to examine it with all haste. You know, I got more acquaintances there than you do. Trust me, the acquaintances I had there, you know, were all feigning death for a little while until I came along. Of course, I don't know if I want that kind of attention again. I wonder how Pachyderm Mummy's doing. There's Nidana. How you been? Though the mission is complete, there is still much I wish to learn of the void. Naturally, I thought to seek out Ashdaya. But then I remembered how, when speaking with Ishtola on the first, my enthusiasm carried us well into the early hours of the morning. I hope not to make the same mistake again. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. You got a guy, gal? Gal, okay. Mistress Tepeke told me what to expect. Well then, let's see the thing. Oh, I didn't expect it to be so diminutive. If Mistress Tepeke's intuition is correct, then I expect some interesting discoveries are in store. You've brought me quite a fascinating specimen indeed. I can say for certain that this creature's growth isn't natural in the slightest. Biologically, it's still but a sapling, as you can tell by its size, yet it is the result of a specific alchemical mixture which is used to spur the growth of seeds and mycelium to an unnatural degree. The agents have a side effect of making the creature more aggressive, which explains why such a small specimen would so boldly attack beings larger than itself. Yet the solution requires ingredients most rare, and the cost of procuring enough to synthesize it would be beyond the means of most. So whoever is behind this, they are likely well healed. As for the creatures themselves, if they were all grown artificially, perhaps that explains why most of the incidents involved small seedkin. Rather than wait for them to mature naturally, the Justicar must have accelerated their growth so that he could deploy huge numbers over a short span of time. In fact, his plan likely requires they be small, weak foes in order to guarantee his victory. After all, the great Justicar can hardly be expected to bear the blemish of defeat. With these new details brought to light, it's almost certain that he's staging these attacks on the common folk. Now we have a new perspective to guide our search. Perhaps you should return to Yedlimad. I hear the Justicar is the talk of the village, and they doubtless have stories to share. A splendid idea. Thank you. Your findings have brought us a step closer to unmasking that villain. Let's hurry to Yedlimad. The more accounts we have of the Justicar, the better our chances of predicting his next move. Huzzah! Unicorn! Not as good as Pegasi. You know, Pegasi are, you know, superior in every way. But, you know, unicorns are fine. They're fine. You know. Okay, there's one. Rest assured. Fine, I'll drink some water. Rest assured, the Radiant host are well aware of the Justicar. Every day we receive more reports of him combating beasts in the surrounding wilderness. Those encounters are never on well-traveled roads, it seems. They occur in remote regions that we scarcely patrol, along routes that are only used by a small number of merchants and porters. We've concluded that the Justicar either has uncommon knowledge of the behavioral patterns of these creatures, or that he keeps close company with a merchant who travels those obscure paths. Or he's planting them. Because he's a douche. Perhaps even a douche nozzle. Oh, you're hungry to learn more about the Justicar? He's amazing! I was lucky enough to capture a glimpse of him on the road before leading here, facing down a fearsome creature. I don't know how he did it, but he called down rocks from the sky to knock the thing flat. The Radiant hosts were away on patrol, so if he hadn't come along to our rescue, that brute would have marched right into our homes. He shouted that he was the savior of Ratzat and even waved at me. Oh, he looked so impressive with the sun shining behind him. Easily impressed kids, aren't they? Boing.
Don't tell me you've come chasing that half-baked savior. The younglings might be taken in by his honeyed words, but anyone with experience can see that he's nothing but a charlatan, and I have a story to prove it. A merchant I know took a tumble as he was transporting his goods. Not long after comes the Justicar, looking chivalrous as you please in his shining armor. But did he offer a helping hand? No! He ran off with nary a glance backwards. He may go on about slaying beasts, but a real hero would never ignore someone in need, even if they were just suffering from scraped knees and a bruised ego.
Don't worry, I have a feeling this guy has enough ego for to go around for everybody. He says what it sounds like. Orin, do you have a moment? I'm having a little trouble here. I sought this merchant out because I was told he dealt with the alchemist in the great work. I thought he might know something about the Justicar, but when I asked, well, he's been like this ever since.
Apologies, I was just surprised that you would ask me about about that madman. What connection could he possibly have with me?
The fiends he fights are grown with rare alchemical materials, and we think he may be staging these encounters. Since you deal in such wares, I wondered if you might know how he came into their possession.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I've never spoken to that man.
Sus? Sus. Very much doubt that. Perhaps he'll be more receptive to questioning from you, Warren. Ah, the good old intimidation check. Got it. I don't know how... I think this outfit, though, gives me a negative to my intimidation checks. But I'll try. He seems to have intimate knowledge of trade routes and alchemy. Who taught him? Who taught him, I wonder?
Come now, any merchant with a nose for profit has good relations with the alchemist. By your way of thinking, any one of us could be in league with the Virazan.
Virazan, you said? Who was that, may I ask?
What? Did I... No, that's my name. Oh, I'd be a fool to continue this charade any longer. My son, Virasan, is the one who you know as the Justicar. To be suddenly confronted by his litany of misdeeds, I quite lost my composure.
You're his father? Then, do you know how he came into possession of such rare materials and knowledge?
He stole them from me. My most valuable materials and my precious maps. Yet I was the one who chose to hide that fact. I bear the blame for the consequences.
Alright, time to beat his ass. What can you tell us about him as a person?
Vain, egotistical, money-hungry, power-hungry, worship-hungry. Virazan was obsessed with tales of legendary heroes, even from a young age. I paid a great deal of money to have him tutored in the art of the bow. He became quite skilled at it, in fact, but not quite as skilled as his arrogance led him to believe. Due to this, and perhaps a lack of ambition, he never aspired to true greatness. Instead, he came to rely upon fanciful equipment and exotic potions, rather than honing at what skill he had.
Ah, he used one of those, what are those things called? You can buy in the Square Enix store that, levels you up really fast to skip everything. Thereby giving you all the abilities, but therefore, none of the knowledge on how to use them.
It pained me to see him fall into dissoluteness, but he would brook no counsel. So, several years ago, I gave him enough to coin to support his lavish lifestyle and told him never to speak with me again. He didn't. Till but recently, when he darkened my doorstep once more.
And that was when he stole your goods.
Aye, although I would have willingly given them to him although I would have willingly given them if he had just asked, but he was rambling he was rambling almost incoherently, saying that his heroic deeds as the Justicar had caught the eye of someone named Apyahi, leader of the Passage of the Unbound, whoever they are. He claimed that under the guidance of his newfound allies, he had obtained a great power. Power enough to eclipse all heroes who have come before me and shall come after, as he put it. It seems he gives what money he still has to these people. To think that for all his fanciful words, he has only deigned to grasp that hollow glory, all for the expense of Rats and Han. There is no greater shame as a father.
Given what we know of the shadowy group, they most likely aim to sow discontent through Virazan's deeds. He may be so blinded by his own desire for adoration that he can't see whose hands are pulling the strings.
No saying that he's being used. If that's true, then I can no longer remain silent, despite what shame it may bring. I see now that sharing my story might be the only way to save my son.
Also, getting a better hat. Getting a better hat might help too, because that's an ugly-ass hat. Indeed. I suggest you tell the Radiant host at once. Of course, we'll be pouring out our every effort into stopping him.
Thank you for giving me direction. I didn't imagine our meeting would end this way.
Oh, it's better pants, too. Oh, please get some better pants. Truth be told, I'm not entirely unsympathetic towards Virazan. I basked in my father's reflected glory while having none of my own to speak of. The glory Virazan seeks to is similarly false. I too shall visit the Radiant Host and have them spread word of the Justicar's true nature. If the people are wise to his trickery, they will be far more likely to aid us. He'll soon learn that a legend built on lies is no match for true heroism. Okay, guys, my apologies. I will be right back. I need a bathroom break. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Apologies for that. Alright, now, let's get back. Let's finish up this quest, shall we? Greetings, Warren. Virazan's father has been as good as... Wait. Virazan's father has been as good as his word, and has confessed the truth of his son's actions to whomever he will listen. Even among the younglings, far fewer sing the Justicar's praises. The tide is turning in our favor at last, and the Radiant host are making ready to tighten the net. Speaking of which, they had curious news to share. They've been examining the stones left by the Justicar, and noticed a pattern. They were all varieties of rock commonly found near the site of each encounter. For instance, near the Giant Skull grounds, the Justicar seemed to have called down a hail of what else but Giant Skull. I have my own theories about what this means, but I'd like to hear your thoughts, Warren. It's safe to say the artifact doesn't create rocks from nothing. The rocks weren't summoned, but moved. Moved. Indeed. The perch of the apex likely lifts whatever stones are nearby and brings them crashing down to Earth. If our suspicions are correct, we're one step closer to unraveling its mysteries. We're one step closer to the edge, and we're about to break. But despite these favorable developments, the Justicar's popularity remains a problem. Even with the recent blow to his credibility, his most ardent followers still idolize him. In fact, I hear he's handing letters to the youths of Razatan through their... In fact, I hear he's handing letters to the youths of Razatan, though their contents are closely guarded secret. All the more reason to investigate, don't you think? Once we get to Razatan, if I question the people around the marketplace, could you cover the city's western quarter? That's where his younger followers tend to gather. After we've collected enough information, let's meet to share our findings. See you again at Razatan, Warren. Okay. Shooby-dooby-dooby-doo. Oh wait, no, I'm just gonna fast travel over there.
The Justicar gave me that invitation himself, only for some thief to snatch it right out of my hand. Huh? You believe in the Justicar too? Well, I didn't have a chance to read the whole letter before it was stolen, but he has gathered his most devoted for a special audience. The bastard who stole my invitation is clearly up to no good. He even muttered something about getting revenge. But who can hate someone so noble?
Yes, someone so noble. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know about the letters. Me and my friends didn't get one, though. The grown-ups get angry if we talk about the Justicar. But guess what? I heard Zashal talking about him over by Mirad's Mahane. He had a big grin on his face, too. Does that mean the Justicar isn't a bad man like the grown-ups say?
That's a weird leap of logic, child. Wow.
See, I heard Zashara or whatever the name he said was, talking about, chocolate cake, and he had a big smile on his face. So does that mean vanilla ice cream isn't as bad as they say? It's like, what? Oh, you're the one who's always following that Tepeke around. I heard she's spreading rumors about the city's savior. I won't let her harm his reputation any more than she already has, so I have nothing to say to her lapdog. Most useful clue points to the merchant Zashal having some connection to Virazan. Yuzasi, near Mayride's Mahane.
Gotta love blind zealotry. Jesus.
Did I get everything here? I did. Alright.
Hello, Zashal. May we speak? It's true what they say. A fool and his gill are soon parted. Huh? Life isn't one of the heroes of the final days. This isn't about the map I sold to your companion, is it? The finder points the way to the vaults of Alzadolf III, exactly as described. I may have employed a few, creative methods to entice my customers, but What merchant doesn't? Oh, this is dude. Okay, this is like from way back at like 6.1. I see you're as unscrupulous as ever. Now, a man can't fill his belly on virtue and honesty. Anyway, something tells me that's not why you're here. You're after the Justicar. Your choice of quarry is unusual, to say the least. But perhaps I can help you along, eh? A young man came asking for a map to open a way to Uznea. I sold him a map. I sold him every map I had, assuring him that one he needed was among them. I suppose he found it, as I hear the letters. Wait, I suppose he found it, as I hear these letters that were handed out contain a copy of a map. I dare say the young fellow was the Justicar himself, and he's planning a clandestine meeting in the Uznea canals. Mind you, it appears he has no shortage of enemies. No doubt they'll try to interfere. Thankfully, Razadhan isn't known for large-scale criminal organizations, but that hasn't kept the less scrupulous citizens from dirtying their hands when times are desperate. Oh, wait, what about the criminal organization we had to deal with during the Hildebrand quest line? Wasn't that stationed in Razadhan? From what I hear, bandits seeking to rob trade caravans keep running into the Justicar during his fiend-felling exploits, causing their raids to end in failure. Like as not, they'll try to infiltrate his group of followers and settle the score. And that's where my knowledge on the matter ends. If you're wondering where the meeting place is, all I remember is that a spot marked on the copied maps is somewhere in the Shroud of the Samga. So, does that answer your queries? I suppose it does for now. Oh, she's just right out here. I don't need to do no teleportings. Tepeke is right here. I shall find her. We shall speak, and then we shall go beat this dude's ass. What quest is this? 96. Okay, so we still got a little ways to go. Those in support of the Justicar didn't seem surprised when I told them of his misdeeds, but still they were reluctant to betray him. In short, I've had no luck. What about you, Warren? Your investigative abilities never cease to amaze me. As for this gathering Virazan is planning, I expect it's some scheme to prop up his flagging popularity. Even so, many of his devotees are younglings ill-equipped to make the perilous journey to the meeting place. If they've any sense, rather than attempt to travel there directly, they'll stop at settlements along the way to rest to confirm the route. You said the map led into the Shroud of Samga, yes? That means Palika Stand is the closest settlement. I hear many took refuge there during the final days, and it's now a bustling town in its own right. The arrival of more people would hardly raise eyebrows, making it a perfect place to avoid unwanted attention while they make ready. We should head there before they leave on the final leg of their journey. And if I'm lucky, some of them will try to resist, and I'll get to lay the smackdown. Just to be on the safe side, just in case I do need to lay the smackdown. I was right, Warren. Many of the youths are carrying pieces of parchment. Those must be the letters. Yet it seems my reputation has preceded me. Our suspected followers clearly avoided me whenever I tried to approach them. Still, we can use this to our advantage. None of them would dare leave Palika Stand while there's risk I might follow after. I'll keep watch over their comings and goings, but we'll make sure to leave obvious blind spots. If one of the Justicar's followers attempt to escape the village, I need you to go after them. Now, find a vantage point that affords a good view while keeping you hidden. Once you've started pursuing our unwitting target, I won't be far behind. Where am I going? Wait, what? Oh, here.
follow him.
Time to follow the map. Time to follow the moron. Can I go back behind this? I can. Don't turn around. Don't turn around, 'cause you're gonna see my ass skulking. Don't turn around. I don't want you seeing me there. No, there is not. Please just keep moving forward. I want to follow you, 'cause I need to find the douche nozzle. Three. Get behind that stone there. Jesus, kid's running. He's booking it. Did something move? Just the gorilla. It's okay. Just my match. No, just gorillas. It's fine. Oh, okay. Duty completed! Duty. Portal should be nearby, and then I'll finally meet him. What? You're the hero who saved us in the final days. What are you doing here? So you're working alongside that woman I saw at the village? I've heard about the rumors she's spreading, but I had no idea she'd enlisted your aid. Just a car saved me, you see. I was transporting goods for a local merchant who was too miserly to even hire a porter escort. A ferocious creature ambushed me, but my savior appeared out of nowhere and saw off the beast. I owe him my life. That's why I came here, to see if there's any truth to the rumors. Now I understand I'm in over my head. I'm going back home. Here, you can have the map. I trust you to take the measure. I trust you to take the measure of the Justicar, and to share the truth with us all. With us all. Enunciate. What is wrong with you today, Hoof? God. Apologies for watching from the shadows, but I was afraid my presence might have startled the lad. I was able to hear what he said, though, and his gratitude towards the Justicar seemed genuine. I dare say the other followers feel similarly. Well, now that we have the map of our own, let's open the portal and confront Virazan. That was a weak burp. But a burp nonetheless. Ooh, unique place. Hurted person. Not hurted person. Another hurted person. A scareded person. 3 more. Look at that chin! Oh my god, that chin! Final Fantasy Jay Leno over there! Don't forget to leather your mouth. What? Leather my mouth. What? What a sight. Did the treasure cause this? Oh. I sneeze. Oh my, if it isn't the hero who saved Razatan! Nay, the world itself! I never expected someone so vaunted to attend my audience, but I am honored nonetheless. Thank you.
Oh yeah, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Enough of your games, Virazan. Stop this madness at once!
After giving you such a warm welcome, these are the thanks I get? While 'tis true that I was once known by that name, 'twas merely a guise I wore until I discovered my true self. Oh God. So long as I am the masked hero of Razatan, I shall not suffer any to call me Virazan.
But that is your name, isn't it?
That we expose their true identity. Why don't you drop the act and try being a true hero?
Why don't you drop the act and try being a true hero?
A true hero, you say? Indeed! Perhaps casting aside this mask is the price I must pay for the adoration I am due!
Well, that didn't work as well as I thought.
Wow! The saturation on that hair! Very well. My name shall ring throughout Razatan. Let it be known that the Justicar is Virazan, and Virazan is the Justicar.
What are you saying? You unleashed Purge of the Apex upon your own followers?
You know its name! Wait, I remember you. The girl from Shaktural, yes? Your village's artifact is not discriminating in its wrath. Some among my followers harbored wicked intentions, and I brought its sorrow upon my enemies. The true of hearts caught in the aftermath were merely unfortunate.
But they believed in you, even though you tricked them. What kind of hero are you?
It's not very intimidating when you do a little flick and swish with a little the chimey sound at the end. You too would oppose me? I had thought that as fellow saviors we might find some common ground. Yet it would seem we are destined to walk different paths. Now faced with unknown peril, a great fervor rages within me. Oh no! Rocks! However, here is not where we shall match wits. No, a more fitting battleground is in order. We will meet again soon. You have my word.
Ah, shut up!
Ah!
Please tell me we knocked his ass out. Please tell me you knocked his ass out.
Damn! That would have been funny as hell.
So, can you tell us what happened here?
God, look at Azazel back there. Jesus!
He gathered us all around and made a grand speech that claimed he was the hero that would drive back the flood of fiends threatening Thavnair. Then he spoke of his anger at the recent rumors. He told us to go forth and repair his damaged reputation so that the people would love him again. He became quite impassioned, in fact.
And for us too. We were here to teach him a lesson, biding our time until his back was turned, but we couldn't stomach his self-righteous drivel any longer. He acts like he's a god come to grace Thavnair, but most people have grown wise to his tricks, including the Radiant Host. We stepped forward and told him as much, then demanded that he admit he's been pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. That's when he started waving that thing around. We soon learned that the rumors of its power were true, and rocks started falling down around us.
Even as true believers were not spared. There was nowhere to run. The Justicar said such power cannot be fettered, and that sacrifices are unavoidable. All the while, he was laughing. We pleaded with him for mercy, but we just made him angrier. He flourished the object again, and yet more rocks assailed us. It was horrible. Stones big and small raining down endlessly. Until you two appeared, that is. Thank you for telling us what happened. I only wish we could have arrived sooner. Now, just to set things straight, it was you two that brandished your weapons first, yes?
Well, I mean, I won't deny that, but we were only trying to bring the truth of his misdeeds to light. Though we might have had some personal scores to settle on top of that.
Before I left Palika's stand, I asked the Radiant host there to look out for anyone returning from the wilderness. I suggest you head there and seek their aid. While you're there, share with them what you just told us. And as for the pair of you, don't even think about running away, or you'll have to deal with us. Or you'll have us to deal with.
Did that guy have a whip on the back of his belt?
Everyone has returned to the care of the Radiant host. As for those ruffians who meant to attack Virzan, it seems they had a history of violence for which they may soon answer. Several among Virzan's followers were dealt serious wounds, but we can be grateful that none lost their lives. It's exactly as the old saying describes. The master of the apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. The part about sorrow certainly seems true, at least. Whoa. We can but hope that Virzan's spell over the people will be broken at last when the word of what transpired here becomes common knowledge. Let that buoy our spirits as we return to Yedlimad.
Okay, we do that. This is an appropriate mount for the area, seeing as this is the area we got this mount.
Hello! Well, that was certainly an ordeal. Although Virzan got away, we can look back upon what transpired to our Although Virzan got away, we can look back upon what transpired to plan our next course of action. It appears that the treasure takes rocks from the surrounding environment and makes them rain down upon the wielder's surroundings. However, the power seems to be somewhat haphazard. While Virzan himself wasn't struck, the boulders assailed friend and foe alike. Something else has been nagging at me as well. The stones we saw in the canal seemed quite a bit larger than the others. I don't know what to make of it, but I will give it some thought. We still don't know exactly what he controls. Wait, we still don't know exactly how he controls the Apex's ability either. We must focus on these mysteries as we continue our investigation. As for Virzan himself, he was just as his father said, wasn't he? His so-called heroism as an empty charade, like a child playing at being a hero from their storybooks. He seems motivated by a vain desire to gain the love of the people, yet he cares nothing for their well-being. He'll learn his lesson soon enough, though. None will sing his praises after word of what happened at Uznair spreads. Even he must know this. I worry that his desperation will drive him to worse misdeeds. If the treasure is used with reckless abandon, it would cause untold harm. I must discuss this with the Radiant host. Together we might be able to capture Virzan before he attempts anything drastic. Stand by for now, Warren. I'll be in touch the moment I have something to share. Da 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 da. 2 more quests to go, I believe. It seems Virzan has been laying low since our last encounter. I'm sad to say, however, that my investigations have uncovered little. But still, there's cause to celebrate, for I've received a letter from my mother with good tidings. My father has finally awakened after the grievous wound dealt to him by Virzan. He's well enough to travel to Tuliholol. He's well enough to travel to Turihyolol, in fact, and may have already arrived. Of course, I'd love nothing more than to go to him, but I pledged not to return until I had the perch of the apex in hand. Besides, I'm soon to depart with the Radiant Host to try and sniff out Virazan's whereabouts before he acts out of desperation. That's why I ask you to go in my stead. As the treasure's guardian, no one living is more knowledgeable about its history than he. If you share with him all that has transpired since we began our search, he may be able to point out something that we've missed. I know it's a lot to ask, Warren, but the safety of Thavnair depends on it. And please, give my family my regards. My mother should be able to tell you where in Turihyolol my father is staying. Once you've finished, let us meet in the Aetheryte Plaza in Razatan to share what we've learned. Okay. I can do that. Oh, right. No mounts here. Let's go get some tacos! Taco? Taco y burrito? Taco? Nah. Wait, what did you say? Dealt with. There'll be a full plate of my finest tacos with your name on it. Well, we got to get some more we need to get some more jobs up to level 100 so we can do the rest. So we can get all the tacos. Oh, if it isn't Warren. But I don't see Tepeke with you. Did you come alone? I'm glad to hear my letter arrived safely, and that Tepeke seems to be as tenacious as ever in her search. Her father, Netse, has already arrived here in Turihyolol, but has barely stayed in one place since. He seems desperate to help Tepeke from a distance in whatever way he can. He told me he was traveling to the... Yeah, there. In search of information he assured me was quite vital. If you wish to speak with him, he'll doubtless be in the area. Ooh. Music. I can go for a burrito right now, even though it's currently midnight. Oh, look at you! I kill you now. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Thank you, traveler. I overextended myself. I've but recently recovered from a severe injury and was a fool to confront such a beast alone.
Oh, he's not as old as I thought.
So, you're the Warren I've heard so much about. I owe you many thanks for all you've done to recover the perch of the Apex. News of your progress in Thavnair is most heartening. Despite my position as its guardian, I never knew it could rain down stones from the heavens. Since arriving in Turihyolol, I've done what I can to shed light upon the Tural Vidrals sealed within the treasure. After the nations of Tural were unified, some left our village to build new homes in the city. I sought them out to see if they knew anything of use. Unfortunately, none could offer us insight into the treasure's magics. But one of them told me that owls lurked around this place. And since the Tural Vidral sealed within the perch of the Apex was once an owl, it seemed logical to pursue such a quarry. I thought perhaps I could glean something from the ancient beast from their behavior. Like as not, some fundamental aspects remained the same even after transformation. But, having heard of your account, there is one fundamental difference that stands out. As far as I'm aware, no owl native to these lands possesses the ability to hurl rocks, large or otherwise. No doubt the Tural Vidral gained this power following its metamorphosis. Dark metamorphosis! I do believe, however, that it would retain an owl's core instincts. That one you fought didn't strike unprovoked. Instead, it watched me from afar with fear in its eyes. While this is normal behavior for most animals, I was surprised by how suddenly it descended upon me the moment I started approaching. I had the same thought. The owl sensed a threat and chose to confront it rather than run from it. And this same impulse may have driven the Tural Vidral. Indeed, that correlates with something I heard from one of my countrymen who had relocated to Turiolal. He spoke of a continuation to the tales that passed down from the elders. No hunter's arrow could fell the apex. It was struck down in a storm of its own wrath, made wild by a heart of fright. Thus was it sealed away at last. Now, judging from the owl's behavior, I can theorize that the treasure is activated when its bearer senses danger. And according to the story, this power can easily get out of hand if its bearer is panicked. Of course, this theory must be tested first. Virazan will certainly use the perch of the apex again. When he does, I ask that you and Tepeke pay special attention to the circumstances leading to its activation. You have my thanks. Though I am to admit it, I have yet to recover from my long convalescence, and I would only be a burden to you. I wish I could aid my daughter in another way, but you more than make up for my absence. Please, lend her every bit of knowledge you have. I pray that my daughter will soon return home, treasure in hand. What kind of mage are you? I don't see a book. I don't see a staff. I don't see a rapier.
Warren, you came just in time! Virazan has shown his face in Razatan! You can tell me about your journey to Turiolo later. For now, come with me! Yes, it's not that I come back with, important information or anything. I've always loved the Radiant Host armor. Not the helmet, but the armor. Are you surprised? That's thanks to the sage counsel of a fellow hero, I have decided to doff my mask. Although my face may be unfamiliar, I believe you know who I am. I was once the Justicar, but now you may call me Virazan. I am Thavner's protector, its savior, its hero! You may have heard salacious rumors that I have orchestrated the very attacks which I so valiantly drive back, that I was behind the catastrophe at the Uzner canals. I am here to assure you that those are false aspersions all, cast by those who are envious of their betters. I give my life for this fair city and its people, and I would give more still if I could. What should we do? It might be best to lock him up before this gets out of hand. Wait, we don't want him raining down rocks all over with all these bystanders around. For now, keep a careful eye on him. All I ask is for your respect. All I ask for is your respect, your adoration. Love me, fear me, do as I say, and I shall be your slave. Thank you. What was his name? I can't remember the Goblin King's name. Joel? Justin? Pretty sure it was a J name. A dream held by all, but realized only by the few. Jared? Jared, I think it was Jared. The Goblin King.
All I would be one of... Wait, and I would be one of those few. I have proven myself worthy of being your savior. And now, with an entire city watching with bated breath, I shall declare my intent to reach even higher. Yes, for I can protect you all better than you... I can protect you all better as your ruler. I shall retire the mantle of hero and take up the crown as the king of Razat. You do realize the king of Razat is a dragon, right? I mean, he does realize that, right? I don't think this is going to work out well for him. I love that it's nighttime, so you get the cricket noise happening.
The bastard's gone mad.
I wield power unassailable. With me on your throne, you would never again have cause to fear. All would live in peace. All would shower me with love. They would shout into the heavens. And from that love would spring a new Razatan. A greater Razatan. Also, hi, Blackfoot! How you doing, buddy? That's my favorite ferret. Enough of your lies, Virazan. The power you wield protects none but yourself. To everyone else, it brings only ruin. Of course, the road to greatness is ever paved with necessary sacrifices. Yet so long as your ruler lives, Razat shall know naught but prosperity.
Ooh, grumble, grumble, rabble, 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 rabble. You think you're better than Master Virtra? He bore the city and its people on his back, while you look fit to collapse under the weight of your own armor. You're no leader. You're a damned joke.
Does this man speak for you all? Is there not one among you who would follow me into a brighter future? Ah, but I am nothing if not magnanimous. Until you find the wisdom to accept me as ruler, I shall continue to stand vigilant as your eternal shield. Ugh. Seriously, why does this sound like a political speech? It sounds like a campaign speech and it's driving me nuts.
Stop this, Virazan. You're only making it worse for yourself.
Ah! Where'd you go? What happened? Why'd it get dark?
Can't you see you've become a laughingstock? Give up this facade and answer for your sins. Do so now, and the Radiant Host may yet grant you mercy.
Hey, he's the one doing it, not me. My sins? Are you not the one poisoning the people against me? Do your worst, I dare you. It will only make me more powerful.
I know not what is in your heart, but please end this madness. End it and return to me, my son.
Don't get any closer!
You two, why are you...
Uh-oh! God, what is this, like Gara's sand jug? It auto protects him?
Whoa! Don't! If we fight here, there's no telling how many innocents will be wounded!
Pathetic as ever. I tire of this farce. I have declared my intent to become King of Razat. As for you two, this is no place for a battle between heroes. We shall meet again, mark my words, and then we shall decide who is the mightier. Nope. The kill is mine. Ooh, that poor Aura man. He landed on his tail. Oh, that had to hurt. Can't risk confrontation in the city. Oh my god, I just realized something. Actually, I just realized two things. First thing I realized is, haha! Fuck you, bot. You go to hell. I'm not letting people click on your damn, link to get themselves all, virused up and have their shit stolen. Fuck you. You're right, of course. As much as I hate to see Virzan walk free, we've yet to ascertain the extent of his power. For now, we must bide our time. I noticed that despite all his proclaimed love for his people, he didn't even look back at them as he retreated. Perhaps he couldn't bear to look at them in the eyes. Or one of them, at least. But I also noticed something else. I didn't notice this until just now. I think Square Enix has a problem. That's a little bit of a graphic problem. Once I can get back to controlling the camera, you'll see. Now, I am a miqo'te. Miqo'te has kitty ears. However, wearing this hat, it hides the kitty ears. It doesn't hide the earrings. The earrings are hovering in space around the turban. Wow, Square Enix, nice oversight there, pals. Look at it. That's funny as shit, man. Square, you got some problems, Bo. Look, I'll prove it. I'll prove it. Let's hide the helmet. Look, see? It hides my ears, but not the earrings. That's funny as shit, dude. Oh, wow. I might have to find a way of reporting that to them so they're aware of it. That was a disaster. Virazon is truly lost. At the very least, he committed himself to fomenting unrest within Razadhan. And although he's my son, I cannot condone his actions. His words are grand but empty. And that ridiculous armor is nothing more than gaudy Hey, excuse me! I wore that armor during Heaven's Word. I liked that armor. He is truly the embodiment of false heroism. What's more, this latest debacle has surely made him a criminal in the eyes of the Radiant Host. All I can do now is beg them to grant my son some small degree of clemency. Before you go, may I ask you something? After Virazan called down the rocks, did you see his expression? I thought it peculiar, but I'm curious as to what his father saw in that face. It was a familiar look. When I used to scold him for losing himself in make-believe, he would get that same cast in his eyes. A look of petulant rage, as if he resented me for pulling him out of his reverie and into a harsh reality. He hasn't changed. Apologies, but I must go. Hey, Flack, welcome back. Just a dude trying to play hero and be obsessed with his own ego. That's all. And unfortunately, with the power to, I guess, chuck rocks at people. Just as I thought, even clad in his shining armor, he can't bear to be told no. And now his childish games have taken a malevolent turn. Oh, he's an unrepentant man-child. Got it. But for now, we must return to Yedlimod. I still have yet to hear what you learned in Tuliyolo, after all. Oh yeah, and we also found graphical problems. We found that the earrings on my cat ears are not hidden when wearing a helmet, but even though my ears are. See, look. Cat ears with the earrings on them. And then you put the helmet back on. Earrings, but no ears. Way to go, Square. Way to go, guys.
Now that we have some room to breathe, I'd like to hear about your journey to Tyrol. Did my father have anything to say? Or share? I'm heartened to know he's well enough to go chasing after owls and such, though I wish he'd take more care. Thank you for saving him and for bringing me this theory concerning the treasure. It really is triggered by a sense of impending danger. That might explain why Virzan had trouble using it the first time. He wasn't truly afraid of that small fungi until it was almost upon him. It also explains how he can wield the Apex's powers despite having no training in magics. It responds to emotion, not intent. So much is falling into place. He goaded the Radiants into apprehending him because he knew the threat would be answered. You saw how nonchalantly he quit the plaza, almost as if defying someone to stop him. Virzan truly believes himself to be untouchable. He's trying to be all Gaara from Naruto over here. I think his words and deeds align with the theory as well. As for that curious fragment of a story, it seems to imply that the Tyrol Vidrara lost control in a panic. Perhaps its strength grows in proportion to the danger it senses, and when that danger is too great, well, you saw what happened at the Uzna canals in Razatan. You were present both times, as were others who wished Virzan ill, and both times we saw stones much larger than we've seen before. Now I understand why he's so eager to face you. An opponent of your caliber will strike fear into Virzan's very core, and that fear will summon a power greater than any he's ever known. Power enough to bring a hero to his knees. Or so he thinks, but we know better. We'll use that arrogance to our advantage and bring him crashing down to earth. Although we may have to contend with falling rocks for a time, in a straight fight, we'll be outmatched. So we strike fast and we strike hard, until that fancy armor is nothing more than a mangled steel. Although you may prefer to put your foes to sleep or whatnot, we know that... I do? I prefer to put my foes, 6 feet under. We know he has an arsenal of alchemical concoctions at his disposal. That's why I suggest a bit of good old-fashioned brute force. I'm fine with that. I'm good. While you unleash your most fearsome destructive spells, I'll be your shield. Don't even think of holding back. Oh, I had no intention of doing that. I look forward to fighting by your side. Now we simply have to find a suitable arena. I shall consult the Radiant host as to the location. Once that's decided, we'll confront Virzan for the final time. I prefer to put my foes on my belly? Ew. Bum, 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 bum. And this is 100? Yep. Here we go. Let's finish this. You'll be pleased to know the Radiant hosts were most helpful in finding a place fit for a duel. But when I saw it, even I began to believe our encounter would be one for the songs. Speaking of which, it seems your name is on the lips of all and sundry. The people already consider you the true savior of Razatan, and believe you will bring Virzan the deceitful to justice. Well, I mean, I already was the savior of Razatan and the world, so you apologize for putting so much weight on your shoulders, but something tells me you're used to it. The final showdown shall take place in the mountain pass leading to Kadag, where great crystals will stand as witness. I can't keep that up. Will stand as witnesses to its conclusion. Suitably romantic and suitably isolated. The Radiant host has spread word throughout Thavner that the hero has risen to challenge Virzan, and his pride will force him to answer. The entrance to the pass is at Giant Skull grounds. Let's head there at once to await his arrival. Oh, is this going to be the same place where we fought Rubicante? Sounds like it.
so close to getting both of my new mounts. I only need 264 more sack of nuts. And I only need 2,725 more MGP. And I've got 2 new mounts. Can't wait. I love all my mounts. Down. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this, if I remember right, I could be remembering wrong. I think Srommel was the guy who took us to... We had to talk to him to go up to the Rubicante place. Even though you can't do that anymore, but... Srommel has opened the way towards Khadga. I'm certain Virazon will arrive before long, and then we'll wipe the arrogant grin off his face. But first, we should check our gear and gird our loins for battle. Are you ready, Warren? Oh, 680. I'm curious, what's my current... Oh, I'm exactly 680, so let's go. I'm ready. You ready? I'm ready. Go smack him with paint. It's gonna get into his eyes and sting something horrible. There he is. He's wearing dragoon armor, but wielding a bard's bow. It's so weird. Through the cragged peaks of Khadga, desolate winds blow over the fields of battle. Oh, what a fitting location you have chosen for the conclusion of this legendary rivalry. I was right not to face you before. In environs unsuited to the struggle between titans. Now my patience has been rewarded, and my heart races in anticipation. I knew you would answer our challenge. You would never be able to stomach the people calling you craven. Such boldness in the face of impending doom. Have you not realized by now that so long as I wield the perch of the apex, I am invincible? Look, even Gara wasn't invincible, so, haha, sorry, pal. We'll soon put that to the test. You rely too much upon stolen power. It deludes you. You claim to be a savior of the people, but they have seen through your lies. Even your own father can scarcely bear to look at you. You're nothing but a small, small man hiding within the hollow facade of a hero. And today we tear that facade down. Will you now? You may have the medal, but have you puissance to claim the mantle of hero? My mantle? He just shoved that right up his butt. Unbound. Virazon the Deceiver. even the music's dictating this dude's a fool. Time for words that's past. Follow my lead. Hey, you're the tank. Go. I'll be right behind you. Okie dokie. Ready? Break! No, thank you. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Slide casting. Oh shit. Jesus! Hello. Shit. No, thank you. Jesus! Stop it! Oh no, wrong thing. Gotta break up. I didn't break up the my attacks very well. Yeah. What? My armor! My armor! Artifact. I've never seen it shine so. Damn it. Damn it! That was a waste of that skill. Where's the other one? There it is. Oh shit! Ow! Jesus! Okay. Oh shit, they're coming this way. Damn it, I didn't space them out again. She got it though. Sorry, pal, this ain't no draw. We're winning. And you're gonna take the L and you're gonna love it. Oh. He's now in his underclothes! This rotten piece of wood was supposed to make me invincible! I can't move! The artifact, it's out of control! Basically. Ah, crap. Got it! Yeah! We keep. Hey, wait! Where'd my clothes go? Who stole my clothes in the middle of the fight? How dare you steal Pegasus's clothes while he's in the middle of a fight? Shame on you. Also, I gotta applaud you on your sleight of hand check. He's out cold. Not to take back the treasure. Ow! What? This can't be happening! A hero never falls! I must retreat. Yes, a tactical retreat. A noble retreat. So that the Justicar may live to save another day. Huh? Plonk. KO! I suppose the Apex wasn't finished yet. And it seems that Virazon, in his cowardly haste, neglected to look skyward. Wasn't it an unfortunate accident? Or fate delivering his just desserts. Desserts? Where? Is it cheesecake? Or mint chocolate chip ice cream? Which dessert is it? Both? It could be both. Bye, fool! Hey! Where? I don't see no hay. You tricked me. He claimed to be Radzatan's savior, yet he sowed only discontent among its people. Perhaps some days in the sunless jail will give him time to reflect upon the error of his ways. Seriously, I can't help but... I'm sorry, I know this is for the third time, but I can't help but, draw a parallel to politicians when I hear shit like that. It's like they claim to be the country's savior, but end up only sowing discontent and, mistrust among its people. That's kind of how it works. And now, I've finally recovered the perch of the Apex. Thank you for coming this far with me, Warren. Causing infighting, and rage, and zealotry. The battle was hard fought, but we made it through. Virazon is the responsibility of the Radiant Host now. Oh, please, no flak! No! 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 Well, that was slide only because I'm going to go see. Now that I've done what I pledged to do, I must return home and bring the good tidings to my mother and father. Yet before doing so, there are many others I must thank. In the meantime, can I count on you to meet my family at Turiola for one final farewell? My parents will surely be glad to see you again. Have a good one, Morgan. Sleep well, Bo. Thank you for stopping by. Gonna write you in as my vote, but don't you do it. Not only am I grossly underqualified... Pretzels! Where? I want pretzels. Wait, what kind of pretzels? Are we talking like the little chip-type pretzels that you get in the bags and they're all hard and stuff? Which I like those too. Or hot pretzels. And if they're hot pretzels, is there like a little container, like a little side container of hot cheese, melty cheese that I can dip it in? Please? I haven't had one of those in a while.
Ooh! As long as I have the cheese to dip it in. I want cheese dippings. I want to dip into cheese. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Your favorite. Yay! I love my favorite kind. My favorite kind is the best kind. I'm biased. Even though I literally said the most biased statement I could say. I didn't expect to see you in Tuliyola again so soon. Is Tepeke well? She really did it! And the man who stole our sacred treasure will answer for his deeds. Father! Mother! It's good to see you! I'm sure Warren's already told you what happened. I couldn't have retrieved our treasure without him.
So we've heard. Yet Warren also told us your wits and bravery were essential to your success. On behalf of our whole village, I thank you for guiding Tepeke in her quest, Warren.
Not a problem!
Now, the perch of the apex must be returned and put under careful guard once again. The story of the Toral Vidral's demise proves that we are not meant to wield its power as your own.
I'm sorry, Father, but I disagree. Once I return to the village, I want to tell everyone what happened in Thavner. They need to know what the treasure is capable of, or else we risk forgetting once again. I won't deny that the Apex's power is dangerous. I saw with my own eyes what happens when it's wielded with abandon. Yet during the course of our search, I also saw potential. If we fully understood how it worked, we could also use it without risk to ourselves. What? But it's like one of those spells that you always see those kinds of like cursed spells where it's just like, yes, it does this great thing, but also has a negative side effect. You know, it's like, what? We could turn something we once feared to our advantage, instead of letting it become obscured in legend.
I can see the reason in that, but we must be ever ready for danger, even in times of peace. Should our safety be threatened, the treasure may grant us a means to protect ourselves. But can we be trusted to use it responsibly? Great power breeds great desire. Someone with the same ambitions as Virazan may rise again, perhaps from among our own.
I dare say that once I've regaled them with the rise and fall of the Justicar, they'll think twice before following in his misguided footsteps. As our forebears relied on the legend of the Tural Vidral's fate to forbid the treasure's use, we could rely on the story of Virazan's fate to urge caution. And this time we have someone who lived through it to tell the tale. Of course, if I'm going to be guiding people in safe use of a potentially dangerous treasure, I see no choice but to inherit my father's position as its guardian. Some may raise their eyebrows at the prospect of loose-lipped Tepeke serving as the perch of the Apex's protector, but I've grown from my mistakes. Ah. And who better to tell the tale of Virazan and Tepeke's failures? Did she just appoint herself the next guardian? There seems so many things wrong here.
Your only mistake was in trusting Virazan, the same as I and many others. But unlike him, you have the willpower to overcome your own failings. Over the course of your long and arduous journey, you gained a wealth of experiences, and your efforts were finally been rewarded. You took responsibility for your actions, and by doing so proved your conviction to our people. They shall listen to this proposition with open minds, I am certain.
So you have a weird thing on your face. Now we must say farewell. As much as it pains me to do so, I owe you a debt I could never hope to repay. Once I return to the village, I will do my utmost to protect the treasure we worked so hard to retrieve. Until next we meet, may fortune smile upon you. I wonder if these guys are, like, obviously they leave this area. I wonder if they go someplace I can actually go and talk to them again.
Nice. Does this give me anything? Negative. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, that's going to be it for me tonight. Yeah, that took way... Oh, God. It's almost a 5-hour stream. Okay, so... Oh, wait. That means I can now... Yep, now I can actually dye this as well. Nice. Alright. Actually, hold on. I want to see something. If I... Hold on. Try on. Alright. Hold on. Oh, no. Right there. If I were to do, like, vanilla yellow? Instead of cream... Yeah, cream's a little... Yeah, if I did vanilla yellow instead of cream yellow, it's not as, it's not as glaring. Yeah, that actually works. Yeah, there's something about the... Even though I love the cream yellow, it doesn't seem to... It doesn't work too... It's like it's almost too dark, too saturated. And bone whites is too... It's not yellow. Yeah, I think I like the bone yellow. Yeah, the vanilla yellow. No! No thanks. Hold on. Yeah, I can kind of dig that. It's still yellow. Yeah. I think I could dig. Hold on. That's my cream again, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Time to put my Warrior of Light to bed, though. It is late, and I need to get my ass to bed. I still got work tomorrow. But actually, I got an announcement about tomorrow, so hang back for a minute. Not a good announcement, so but I need you guys to know, so people who, especially those who aren't a patron, will know. So with put him down to sleepies, and that's say goodbye to him for now, and we're going to say goodbye as well. But before we go, hey Flash, came in just at the end. And before we say goodnight, and before I tell you guys what I need to tell you, let's talk about what we talk about at the end of every live stream first, which of course is plug time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, and everything in between, if you enjoyed what you saw here today, then please consider stopping over at my Patreon, patreon.com/FeatherHoof_gaming, where for just a couple bucks a month, not only can you help support the channel, help it grow, help me get better equipment for the studio, help me update this aging-ass PC of mine, but you get something back in return, from exclusive access to a Discord chat, early access to videos, exclusive patron-only unedited versions of videos, being a part of Multiplayer Saturdays, which is coming up in 2 days. But you get, but if none of that entices, give it a look if you have a chance. But if no poopings. But also, if none of that entices you, you could of course instead subscribe to this channel right here on Twitch, which will give you the ability to kill ads. Because let's face it, who doesn't love killing ads? And it gives you access to all the emotes being spammed by. Let's see, they're being spammed by Tyro and by Tyro and by scrolling down, Tyro and by Tyro and by Tyro and by Tyro and by Flash and by Blackfoot and Blackfoot. What are you doing with that Pokeball? You put that down. Don't you throw that at me. Or do it. Also remember, if you're an Amazon Prime or Prime Gaming subscriber, you can subscribe to one channel every 30 days for free, so why not make it this one? Costs you nothing extra, kicks a little bit back to the channel, and you still get access to all the emotes, so win-win. But if you have absolutely no money to spend, I understand, money can be tight, I get that, but you can still support the channel for free. Absolutely nothing. First off, by sharing it. Letting people know the channel is here, let them know what we do, help grow the community. Because the bigger the community, the more we can do with more people. And feedback. Feedback and constructive... I'm watching you. I'm watching you. You stay away from those redeems, young man. Don't you go throwing a Pokeball at me. Like I said, if you have nobody to spend, I understand money can be tight. I get that, but you can still support the channel for free. Absolutely nothing. First off, by sharing it. Letting people know the channel is here. Let them know what we do. You know, help grow the community. Because the bigger the community, the more we can do with more people. And feedback. Feedback and constructive criticism helps out immensely. Keeps the channel growing, keeps it moving forward. More importantly, keeps it from moving backwards. And you can do so when this episode shows up on my YouTube later, where in the comment section up below, you can let me know what you liked, what you didn't like, things you'd like to see more of, less of, or just other games you'd like to see played on the channel. And that is my shtick. That's my spiel. Jesus! Big Pokeball! Damn! Of course, that doesn't show up on stream as well as it does in the chat. But that's my shtick. That's my spiel. I'm out of here for today. But we will be back. Well, actually, here's the thing. We won't be back tomorrow. My apologies, but City and I have got an early appointment at the vets for our cats. So it's gonna it bites into streaming time. And so instead of just doing like a short stream, I'm just gonna cancel it for tomorrow. We'll be back. You know, we'll bring Final Fantasy 14 back for Final Fantasy 14 Fridays. You know, starting next week. But we will be back on Saturday for multiplayer. I will be back Saturday to end out the week properly with Multiplayer Saturday, because this week is the VR chat Multiplayer Saturday. Remember, if you're a patron, you know, if you want to join, but you're like, oh darn it, I don't have a VR headset. You don't need one. You don't need a VR headset. You can still play it in desktop mode. You can still join us and play games with us. They'll be a little dramatic, especially Pepper, but they'll be fine. They're always fine. They're just getting their checkups. But yeah, we'll be back to Multiplayer Saturday for VR chat, and then we'll be ending out the week. So, I'm not going to see you guys for another 48 hours, but I hope you all have a great time between then. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you all so much for being here. It's always a pleasure to get to hang out with you guys. Have yourselves a fantastic morning, afternoon, evening, or sleep, whichever one you're heading towards. And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye!